That's not right. That's... Why is that like that? Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go! Oh no, the audio wasn't going. Shit. Thanks, dog. 15 months, man. God, it's been a long time. Guys, it's me, the Doug from Student Street. Doug from Student Street. Obviously, very close friends of ours. Oh, I think... why is it like this? What is this? What is... This must be... yeah. It's showing up as Firefox, but this is not what Firefox is supposed to be. GP. There we go. Oh. Ooh. Almost choked there. Good old Douglas. I don't think I've personally known a Doug. Although I knew the name well from Doug. And then random sports players. So you must be a random sports player, right? Yeah. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Rand, Dog, CJ, Amir, Halucha, Butte. No, Halucha's probably at class. Alright, so I have Halucha's tier list here that he's got set up for me. We have Danganronpa Husbandos, Ace Attorney Husbandos, Danganronpa Waifus, the Danganronpa tier list, which I'm going to redo. And then we could do some of those fun ones, like who I could fuck up in a fight or something. Would suck to be named that. Yeah, there's some like offset going there, right? Like the more awesome your situation, the less it's like terrible that your name is Richard Cox or something. See, I could support Gumshoe. I wouldn't even be worried about that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's start with a fun one. Alright, so this is the Husbandos list, but we're gonna adjust this real quick, and then we'll go back and do the actual Husbandos. This is the who I could fuck up in a fight tier list. I like that suggestion. Okay, so let's edit this real quick. Dead. I'm dead. Child abuse. That seem fair? Is there anybody have a so like evenly matched would be B. Rip Lord 2024. There are a couple people who I think could fuck me up. Most likely to be canceled by Twitter. That would be a funny one. Hey, Trep. Lux. Staying home. You sick or something? Or just got online classes? Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, child abuse. Although that kid needs a back slapping, if I'm being honest. I think I could fuck this dude up. The waiter? But I don't think he's like a total pushover. Got some chiseled features. I'm gonna give him a little... Or should it go the other way? Should this be I'm dead and this is they're dead? Should I reverse it? We're talking about hand-to-hand combat here. Not, taking weapons out of it. Yeah, I don't know. That should be easiest to beat. We're starting off with a tier list for whose ass I can kick. All right, you know what? Hey, flippy flip. We're kind of split here. There. I didn't say I can't kick a child. I'm just saying that if I do, it's child abuse. Because I'm assuming I can fuck all the children up. I mean, we being serious here, right? Music for today's tier list from Stream Beats, Hair Sellers, royalty-free playlist for content creators. No, I did not say such a thing. Oh, thank you for reminding me. We would never do such a thing. I opened Class Rep earlier, but then closed it because I realized I wasn't live yet, and it won't connect to YouTube then. Unlike it's like always connected to Twitch. There's a lot of things that can be clipped very out of context for me. All right, now I'll try Uptime. Oh, well, yeah. I could kick a child's ass, but I'd never kick a dog. Children are assholes. Dogs are the most innocent, beautiful things on the planet. We've been live for offline. Yeah, Jesus Christ, guys. 8 votes and you're split down the middle? That was my initial intuition. Well, and dickheads. Okay, here's the problem with Will Powers. I'll just save it for the. He's not. I'll say that he's not an auto loss. Let's just put it that way. Pick top by accident, so you prefer to be bottom, and it's already 64% bottom? Okay. All right. The bottoms have it. The color scheme here is going to be kind of wonky. Oh, wait, no. No, wait. I was right the first time. I'm dumb. No. Yeah, no, I was right. Oh, I'm an idiot. I haven't had enough caffeine today. Okay. I mean, I'm personally a power bottom myself, so I'm not unhappy. Okay. So yeah, this guy, he's not, like I said, he's not completely helpless, but his disposition's too pleasant. He's too easily distracted. And I'm bigger than him by a pretty fair amount. But again, it's not like he's got some chiseled features to him, so I'm not gonna assume he's completely weak. This is child abuse. He kind of deserves a back slap with the ring hand, but we go to jail. Gant, I am dead. Even though he's shorter than I am, he is definitely broader than I am and has a presence that I could only dream of having. You have to be confident in yourself and your natural abilities to wear those sunglasses and still be intimidating as hell. Yeah, this is how likely I am to fuck them up in a fight. Although, because it's reversed, yeah, it's more likely who could fuck me up in a fight. Gumshoe, now Gumshoe's really interesting. We know that he's got some power behind him. He's a pretty gentle guy in general. He really only gets like into it if he feels like his friends are being threatened. He's kind of a pushover himself, though. I keep thinking about one of his earliest triumphs in one of the best parts of 1-3 is when Gumshoe comes in and like these hired goons are like, oh shit. You're like, damn, Gumshoe, here he comes to save the day. Yeah, and Armstrong's pretty big too. But here's the thing. He's still smaller than me, as hard as that is to believe. I'll also say that his bandages seem to indicate that he's gotten fucked up a few times in his life. And I bet it's probably because he's not like, he doesn't have a killer instinct. He is strong, and if he really came at me hard, then I think it'd be more like here. But Gumshoe as is, and his general disposition, I think he's here. Oh yeah, he didn't cut himself shaving. Oh, the forever optimist there. Thank you. Or I would kill this guy. Like, actually murder him. Like, if that had been my wife that he had killed, he would be at risk of being murdered by me. This dude, he's a little bitch. His way of getting out of things is weaseling out of it. He obviously, he clocked her over the head, but she wasn't paying attention, and it was with a statue. Nice, goes to the bottoms. Most likely to kick my ass. I'm more likely to kick their ass, Tom. Jake. Jake's interesting. He's not a super big dude, but like, he's a police officer that like was a top tier detective, right? Unlike Gumshoe, who isn't, he's top tier in our hearts, but not really in performance. So I'm guessing this dude would get an advantage over me due to technique. And not that I'm lacking in technique. I have several years of experience in karate, but as we know, karate is the Dane Cook of martial arts, so that doesn't really mean much at all. It just means that I'm not going to be flailing wildly. But yeah, so like with his technique and his like, this dude holds grudges, so I'm going to guess that he can get kind of angry. And that'll give his technique some juice. So I'm gonna give him S. He would be a tough guy to beat, I'd say. Pretty tough guy. I don't think he'd destroy me, but he'd be a pretty tough guy. You have a slight advantage if you have a gun in a fist fight. Well, that's why these are just pure fist fights, because I mean, the gun could throw a wrench into some of these, I will admit. Judge, I would kill him. And it's not just because he's an old man, but because of all the anger that I have built up in me. One punch would be enough. It wouldn't necessarily kill him on impact, but it'd be one of those punches that hits him so hard that he gets knocked out instantly. And then like he hits his head on the concrete, and then like the concussion plus the impact of the head on the concrete would mean he's dead. He'd be declared dead on the scene. He probably already has a hernia. I'd fuck Larry up. Larry's a bitch. Larry's a fucking bitch. He's small, he's feeble. He is too laid back to be of any consequence. But I won't say he's an auto loss. Mostly because Larry's also a good dude. And it's kind of a lot harder to fuck up people like that. Because you're like, oh man, I don't want to kill this guy. Larry is child abuse. The gavel and extension, no. There's nothing. Because if anything, then my gavel can be an extension of me. Actually, it doesn't make sense. I'm not a judge. You could paint me to death. I sure would be colorful. Well, I mean, so if you met Larry in real life, you'd be like, ah, this guy's kind of annoying, but like, he's alright. I try to be fair. Von Karma. How tall is Von Karma? Was he really tall? You try to flirt with me? But yeah. It probably worked too. Flattery will get you everywhere. That's what I mean, like, I don't think there's any way I could, like, do that to Larry. He's 6 feet tall. Okay, so he's not small. Still 4 inches shorter than me, but he's not small. He's got some viciousness to him. The problem is, the only time he really hurt anybody, it was with weapons. So, like, I'm not sure the dude is very confident in his hand-to-hand abilities. So, like, plus his age, I think his viciousness keeps him more in the middle than being down here. But God, he had to tase Maya, for Christ's sake. Just little Maya. So he's probably here. I mean, the age has to be a factor with him, right? He'd probably fight dirty, yeah. Getting punched in the dick would be a problem. Grossberg. He is not intimidating. Nothing. He cowers from, like, everything and is way too worried about his hemorrhoids to actually be able to give his 100% in a fight. Yeah, that's the thing. I'd knock him out and he'd still probably be like, oh, it still doesn't hurt as much as my hemorrhoids. Ah, fighting like the fresh scent of fresh lemons, you see. Okay, so Meekins is interesting. I don't think he's very intimidating at all, despite being really tall. I never would have guessed that he was that tall. He's kind of frantic, which means that's gonna likely hurt his technique, but he should have some amount of technique that helps him out. But again, he's such a bitch. He's probably like the softest big dude on this list, I would think. He does look more like a nail man. He is rail thin too. Probably weighs like 90 pounds. Yeah, if his technique is to close his eyes and flail, I might kill that dude. Marshall almost did kill him. Or no, wait, or was it Gant that almost killed him? No, it was Marshall knocked him out, right? He did live, that's true. Although Marshall wasn't trying to fight him. We know he can take a punch, so we'll say he can avoid death. Yeah. I want to put him here too, but I'm gonna fucking murder this guy. Like, I kind of already want to, because Ben is a piece of shit. Dr. Hottie, like, where is he? What's his fuck? That's child abuse. They have the minds of children. Beating them up would be akin to child abuse. I'm not saying I wouldn't kill him. I'm just saying it would be akin to child abuse. Yeah, Ben constantly gets beat up by his own puppet that he's controlling. Arrow win. Wait, oh, I did that backwards. There. We lose. There we win. Kicks my ass. Kicks their ass. That. Right. Oh, he has a good chance, don't get me wrong. But, like, regardless of the outcome, dude has the mind of a child. So fighting him, even in a losing effort, would be a very poor idea. Yeah, Trillo said all those shitty things. Well, he's friends with the shithead then, which almost as bad. I mean, without his legs, it's kind of a problem for him, right? If you want to be that guy, if you want to be that guy, we should just put, there we go. He does have a strong upper body. But Joe from Family Guy would get his ass kicked by all of his friends, even with that strong upper body. Actually, he caught some criminals in his wheelchair, didn't he? What a beast. Alright, so we got our disabled tier list. These are all people that are disabled either mentally or physically. Yeah, this guy sucks. Yanni Yogi. He's old. His best defense is to act senile. What was he got? Oh, he'd be disabled after I killed him. He'd be dead. Yeah, this guy's getting fucking whacked. Oh, pain. Let's take out my aggression against your ancestor, against you. He's just gonna cower the whole time. He wouldn't even stand up for himself. Okay, all right, now this one's kind of difficult. Cause like, Will Powers obviously has the physique to absolutely destroy me. Absolutely destroy me. But he's so gentle. Is that gonna hold him back? Is it gonna be the type of situation where I keep punching him and he's like, I don't want to fight you. Dude, I'm just trying to go about my day. God, like he'd end up like pushing me away while I swing. So the problem is that I'm not sure I could get some hits in before he wouldn't kill me because Will Powers just ain't that dude. Compared to like a Gant who literally picked up a living person and impaled them upon a sword that a statue was holding. Yeah, he could, that's true too. He could always just like headlock me or something, put me in a sleeper hold just to get me to calm down. He sees that as like a, you know, a gentle way of doing it. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I would still have to be able to disable him before he finally, like, caved and counterattacked, and I'm not sure I'd be able to. You'd have to hit that dude a lot to break him down. Yeah, so like, I'm still not sure that's like technically narrowly lose. Because like in the end it was more of just a like whenever he felt like it sort of thing. So he's probably there. Yeah, I wouldn't mind punching that guy in the face. Straighten his teeth out for him. The only time he's ever successfully fought is in his fantasies, his fan fictions that he's written where he is the OP. Red white. I think I'd win. But like red white actually kind of has an impressive physique. I don't know how tall he is, but like, have you seen the dude's fists? They are solid. They are solid. I'd imagine he's got something behind him. But he's also might be too much of a pretty boy at this point. Or he's just like kind of afraid to fight. Does have the rings too. Yeah. See, I think this would be a pretty good fight. I think his height ultimately is his demise though. He's 5'10". Yeah, he's really short. Relatively speaking. Bare knuckle fight, so no weapons. No weapons, just me v the character. If you have rings, they come off. Because if he had all his rings on, that would give him a huge advantage. That would hurt. Phoenix is kind of a bitch. He always gets his ass whooped. He doesn't have, like, no physique. Oh, by the way, I'm not ordering these within the tiers themselves. That's too much for a joke tier list. But he's done nothing to impress me from a physical standpoint. I could never attack the dog. Dog could be ripping my arm off and it'd be kind of hard to hit it. Well, do they have Hobo Phoenix on here? I don't see Hobo Phoenix. So I guess we have to consider this to also include Hobo Phoenix? Because if it's Hobo Phoenix, then maybe like here, because he's still shorter. I think I could beat Edgeworth. He's not. It just doesn't seem like fighting's his thing. Like he's never made physical threats. I can't remember him physically threaten one person. The idea of killing somebody absolutely destroyed him. He broke one door down with help. What was the other door that he broke down? But he needed help to break the one down. They are. Just makes sense. Look at that. Zzz. Which, I mean, Oh, he broke the channeling door alone. Trying to remember how reinforced that door was. Because I could probably do that. Especially in like an adrenaline fueled moment. I might separate my shoulder. Oh, see, the door down on Guard's house, I don't think is anything, but the Fey Manor door, that's more impressive. Him and Edgeworth do have largest frames. I don't know, maybe it is the confidence of Hobo Phoenix, where like Hobo Phoenix seems like he'd be more of a fight, like a better match than normal Phoenix. Yeah, no, it wasn't a metal door, but they were like, it was a thick door. In all fairness to Phoenix, that door was huge. These are only games that I've played. I've never played Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, so that Phoenix doesn't exist to me. Because then he'd be up here. Man on Guard, okay. This dude seems like he can be really vicious. The problem is that he also doesn't seem like he likes to do any of his dirty work alone, but he also does have 3 slashes across one of his eyes, which means would he fight a lion or something and not die? Like, there's something there. There's some interesting backstory there. Like, I have a feeling he's probably a little more competent at fighting than we think he is. Oh, he does have those nails, and that's just part of his body. That's a natural part of his body. I mean, to be fair, if my wife was on the other side of a flaming bridge, I'd probably do something that's stupid too. Hi, Gary from the UK. How are you doing? They're probably from himself? That's kind of scary, isn't it? I don't know, he's small. I just can't discount that his other personality seems like it could do some real damage. But also that he never actually does any damage himself. But do you think he broke down before that breakdown? Maybe. He is kind of crazy. Yeah, he's small. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I feel like it could be anywhere in here, and it'd be reasonable. Yeah, if he could be anywhere in here, then it's probably best to put him here. I mean, it's taller than average across the world. But again, this list isn't relative to the average man. This is relative to me. Does it though? Tom Cruise is an action star. I'm pretty sure I could kick Tom Cruise's ass. I'm 6'4". Without shoes. 6'5" with shoes. That's true. He does have to have a pretty tough training regimen, which means at the very least, even if his skills are just for show, he's probably pretty strong. He still has to deal with reach though, and reach is a huge deal, especially if I'm just not flailing wildly. Max, I think I'd kick his ass. He's not he has like a respectable figure, but he's a wimp. He is a wimp. And it seems like if I punched him once in his face, he'd like buckle, because he's like, my face, my beautiful face. Right in his star. Mo. I'm gonna give Mo some respect here. Mo actually seems like he might be a brawler. So even though my disdain for clowns is incredibly high, I think Mo could be one of those dudes who has that past where he like bare knuckle boxed in like a fight club in his younger days before he became a clown. So I think Mo might be able to kick my ass. Maybe it's because of the personality I instilled in him with the way of doing things, but so I'm gonna give Mo some credit here. I don't think my anger would be able to overpower him. This guy is dead. Wellington. He's scared. He's just scary. Like, he killed somebody by pushing them, right? Like, he would destroy me psychologically. That's true. And he can't see. Well, I can't see either, but I can probably see better than him, I'm guessing, based on what happened in the case. I am dead. I don't think much needs to go into that, does it? He's a serial killer, a really good one. I'm dead. He has a zipper face. I can only imagine the person that was able to do that to him. Rook, maybe? No, they had met kind of recently. That I think happened before he met Rook. This guy's kind of a little bitch too, but I don't know. It seems like his physical presence might be enough where he won't like get absolutely destroyed. Just remember him being a big whiner. Right, he got injured and he was able to still pull out his gun. So like, he's not just gonna fall over like a sack of potatoes. I don't know, it would have been... The problem is having to visualize that gives me an incomplete picture. Is he crazy? Furio Tigre. Okay, but here's the problem with Tigre. If I put him up here, then don't I have to put Gumshoe up here? Like, because Gumshoe kicked his ass. Well, yeah, that's true. I'm also not Furio Tigre. So I guess that was part of it, is that I didn't think Gumshoe would go all out against me. I still think I need to give him more credit than that, though. Tigre is a little more bark than his bite, I think, but he is an imposing physical presence, for sure. As a Shylock, I'm going to assume that he's engaged in physical altercation before. I know Gumshoe's strong. His strength is not the issue. His issue is, would he actually have the balls to hit me and knock me over before I knock him over? Like, with his hesitation. That's a good point too. I wonder what would happen. Like, I wonder if it's any different if it's just a street fight, or if it's just if we're talking about hand to hand. Does that lower Tigre at all? I'd lose to Godot. That dude, I don't think I'd get my ass kicked by him because he's still kind of smallish, but actually, yeah, I'm gonna say Godot would kick my ass. I'm gonna give it to him. I think he can kick my ass. Armstrong's kind of big. I don't think Armstrong's completely helpless. He's also got kind of a mean streak in him that we know. After Edgeworth, that's a good point too. Yeah, he's small. Unless you're like 6'3". Actually, we'll say 6'2" is the cutoff of what I consider to be like, you're alright, you're tall-ish. Above 6'5" is like really tall. Under 6'2" though is like kind of small. Kristoff is interesting. I think I could beat this dude in a fist fight. But he's got some killer instinct in him. We know that. But just in a hand-to-hand combat, hand-to-hand fight, I think I got him. I think I got him. Clavier is interesting. He's smaller than his brother, isn't he? But I don't know. I think he's also more physically fit than his brother is. It would just make sense as a part of like what he does. Yeah, I think he might have more physical tools to him, even though he's like, he might look smaller. So I'm gonna give him a little more credit than his brother. This guy's dead. That's elder abuse. This guy's also dead. Ooh, Darian. Darian could probably beat me. This dude actually wanted to kill somebody. But I also don't think he's like Godot or Tigre or even Jake Marshall intimidating. Yeah, he has the hair. That's his greatest asset. Apollo. I'd kick Apollo's ass. Apollo just ain't got it. He's short. I mean, Yeah, like he definitely has some strength to him because that gun's no joke. So like I think he could beat me, yeah. Old dude's dead. Ron's dead. This judge, I honestly think this judge would beat me. There's something about this judge that's more physically imposing, and I don't have the same hatred for him. So well, yeah, he was a cop. Oh yeah, he was a cop. Or investigator or whatever. Yeah, I'll probably put him here then. Because remember, I am not without physical combat training myself, but not on a professional level like that. So that gives him more of an edge there too. Unlike Meekins, who has training but obviously wouldn't even know how to use it. Obviously didn't use it. At me. Okay, this is a really interesting one. Is he... How physically capable is At me? Yeah, there are a lot of 70-year-olds that are security guards too. Doesn't mean they're gonna kick my ass anytime soon. Oh yeah, we don't know what the murder weapon was. Okay, so if he's good at hand-to-hand combat, how tall is he? I think this actually might be like the best fight out of anyone here. If he's around as tall, he's like 6 something, isn't he? Like I think this legit might be the most entertaining fight out of all these characters so far. Maki's blind, and that's child abuse. Oh, he's only 5'7"? I'll still give him credit. I'll still put him here though. I think Atme's got some skill to him. Brushel. I don't think I could murder the dude, but I'd kick his ass. Disabled, yeah, there you go. He's both. Valent, He's kind of older. He doesn't seem short. He's got some physical training. I'm not sure how useful it would be in fighting. Oh yeah, that's right. He wasn't actually blind. So he's just, yeah, child abuse. Oh, let's kick that dude's ass. They are pretty big. Like, he might be an even fight. I actually think What's-His-Face could probably kick my ass. Zach could probably kick my ass. If I'm being honest. This guy could kick my ass. Mob Boss, he's huge. He's chiseled. He's got huge fists. Waki. He's a fucking punk. He's a little sniveling piece of shit. Problem is that I'd get my ass kicked by his dad after the fact. But I'd fucking stomp Waki out. This is the... Was he the president or the ambassador? He's pretty big. He seems like if he really wanted to fight, he could probably kick my ass. Ambassador. but he's also very mildly mannered. I'm gonna put him there for now. Old guy, but he's not a pushover. He doesn't seem like a pushover. He's got some vengeance factor to him too, so we'll put hit like sort of like Von Karma. We had a serious side to him. I'm just saying he's generally mild-mannered. I kicked this dude's ass. Actually, he's kind of athletic. He might last. He might last a little while. Ultimately, though, he's a little bitch. This guy's a sniveling toad. Alba's just, he's too old. He's too old. Although he is a little more imposing in his, like, non-faking stance or whatever. But god damn is he old. Nah, maybe I should err on the side of caution here. He can kick my ass. Actually, you know what? Here makes more sense. Also here. Blaze is interesting. Blaze is a villain. Plus he's got the goggles. Yeah, this dude, like, don't even bother showing up. He'd make that fight last forever. I just lose to attrition. Yeah, Blaze is interesting. I don't know if... I feel like here, this is what my gut's telling me. Bad kind of goes without saying, right? This dude had anti-tank rifle bullet shells shot through his coat and he was still alive. Look at that chin. I feel like he could knock me out with his chin alone. This guy, what's his fuck, the killer, I think he could kick my ass. He's pretty big. And he can murder somebody, so I'm gonna give him the edge here. Who killed 2 people with blunt objects? Best dad. Ooh, okay. Fake or real president? I think it has to be the fake one, right? Because we never even met the real one. And the fake one, he was buff, but then he also, like, kinda wasn't. I don't know. It's gotta be a tough one, right? Oh, Alba killed 2 people. Oh, did he kill 2? Man, I blocked some of that case out of my mind already. The real one would kill me, I'd agree. Because he's like, the implication was like, that dude was never a fraud, right? He was literally just fucking ripped out of his ass. But the fake one, on the other hand, seems a lot weaker. But he's also still pretty big. And he's tall, if memory serves. I did find it weird, though, that when he got killed, he still got killed in his buff form. I would have thought his body would have, like, fallen at that point. He's also kind of a little bitch. So I'm gonna give myself that one there. Dick Gumshoe, or not Dick Gumshoe, Gregory Edgeworth kicks my ass. Kicks my ass. 100%. Knightley probably kicks my ass too. The boxer guy probably kicks my ass. He's a boxer, for Christ's sakes. He's ripped. This is only a narrow win because he's so soft-hearted. I don't think I can deal damage to him. For those that have ever played Final Fantasy VII or have watched me play it, when you have Sephiroth in your party, whenever anything attacks him, a big old fat 0 comes up. I feel like that's what would happen here. But like he would do his like Gumshoe, or not like Gumshoe, like Will powers, he'd do as little damage as possible. Actually, then we probably got to put him here if he's similar to Will. Child abuse, I would kick Ray's ass. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I think Ray's whole thing is based on his intellect and his ability to outsmart someone. He ain't physically doing nothing. Even though they gave him the Spike Spiegel look, and Spike Spiegel could definitely kick my ass. Yeah, I'd kick his ass. Actually, yeah. Actually, that's child abuse. Yeah, how about a hug? Let's not fight, how about a hug? Yeah, that's child abuse. Simon! Okay, Simon's an interesting one. Because he, like, Simon in his whatever form, be like here. But like, badass Simon? I don't know. I think it might be evenly matched. He's kind of a jerk. He'll step to you. Yeah, I'm dead. I am dead. I am dead. Okay, let's review real quick to see if there's anything I'd change here. This guy actually might be able to kill me. I'm not sure about Knightley either, because he's like, he could definitely kill if necessary. I don't know. What do you guys think of Knightley? That's true. He's blind. If he doesn't have the knife or the dog, can he do anything? Okay, but we're talking about Knightley when he's alive. Yeah, if Rook was on this list, he would be in the I'm dead list for sure. Which is pretty impressive for a blind guy, right? Who, Dojin? Yeah, this wouldn't be like a I just walk up to him and punch him without him knowing and not having the dog or the knife. This would be like, you know it's happening. But he also wasn't an assassin without the assistance of a weapon, at least as far as we know. Well, Dojin's dog would be up here. Well, yeah, we'll call a spade, right? All right, before we go to the next list, is there anything on here that you guys absolutely disagree with. Again, I'll give you guys my specs for your reference. I am 6'4", 230 pounds, with several years of martial arts training. Though the martial arts training is karate, which again, as we know, is the Dane Cook of martial arts. So, how useful would it really be? I don't know. Dude, he's disabled. I'm not putting him in there dead. That's true. He was trained by Dojin. So I would think he'd be a more capable version, at least in terms of physical combat. So maybe we'll put him here. I think, again, I'm gonna say, I think the best fight out of this entire list, because it's gonna be an evenly matched fight. That's gonna be the best, right? I think it's gonna be At Me, Clever, or Phoenix. One of these three. This would be an interesting fight too. I don't know. He's so. My initial thought was that he'd kill me, and then like, well, he's blind, and if he doesn't have the dog or a weapon, how capable is he really? Probably to some extent. He's not an invalid, that's for sure, but he's also old now. Maybe younger Dojin would have had a little more of a chance to easily dispatch me. You'd say I couldn't kill Ron? I think I'd agree with that. I'd have a hard time. Very similar to Larry. I wouldn't be able to kill Ron. All these other people, though, yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with. You think White should be an evenly matched? White was one that we kind of had trouble with. Because, like, he's got a punch to him. He keeled Phoenix over. That was kind of a sucker punch. And if he doesn't have his rings, is he as powerful? No, I just think his girth would make it a little difficult to outright kill him. And he seems like the type of dude where if I knocked him over, he'd fart on the way down, like a really nasty fart. And I wouldn't be able to stay. I'm like, he's knocked out, that's it, I'm done. And I walk away. He probably has a stand. But yeah, I think I was trying to give Red White more credit than the chat was. But we ended up landing here. All right, so I'm probably going to be posting this. I'm gonna try to post most of the tier lists here. So if that is the case, I do post it. If you see this and you disagree with any of this and think I'm completely out of my mind, I would get murked by some of these people, by all means, let me know in the comments how much of a little bitch I am compared to some of these people. Do it. Let me know. Who's gonna kick my ass? Or maybe I'm overrating somebody. I don't think that's likely, but... Fight Godot in a white room with a red suit. Well, that's just not fair. Okay, let's... Alright, so this one's actually going to be a little quicker, because I have less to analyze here. Oh, I didn't want to change the... Damn it. I accidentally changed the fucking... I didn't think it would save. Actually, no. 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 Can I reset? Oh, there we go. Okay. Except that this is a no. No. All right, Husbandos, let's do it. He's pretty good. He'd wait on me. He seems to be has some, he doesn't seem boring by any means, just put it that way. Also seems a little opportunistic though, so. Kid. Gant, ooh. Ooh, I don't know. Gant's kind of a tough one. I mean, the physical imposition he provides is great, but he also seems like a terribly narcissistic asshole. I am not into, well, I'd be lying. You know what? I'm not even gonna. You guys, I've put enough. I've said enough about certain things, but yeah, he might be. I don't know. This would be like you got to take with the good with the bad sort of thing. Man, I just feel like he's a perfectionist too. Like, if you make him if your dinner that you make for him is bad, he'll just sit there and look at you with that stare where he blinks a few times, kind of smiling. And then he'll be like, do you know what I hate most? A burnt roast. Gumshoe is that dude. The only reason he is not going to be in best is because he's dirt poor, and like, I wouldn't mind supporting him because he's just that great. But it would add, you know, a layer of some layer of uncomfortableness to it. But he's still S for sure. But otherwise, he's got your back. He'll believe in you. He loves you. You know. Earnest. No, if I cared more about finances than character, he'd be. Yeah. So it's he's low tier. He is low tier. He's in jail for one. That's kind of a problem. No, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna take their current incarceration status into consideration, because then that put a bunch of them in D. Like automatically, that makes it less interesting. There's nothing impressive about this dude. Jake Marshall, S. Dude's a stud. He is a stud. We will say, though, that he is unemployed now, at least, so that's kind of a problem. But actually, you know what? I'm dropping him one tier because I keep thinking I keep thinking he's wearing a cowl, but it's his hair. His hair is awful. And I don't know why. Larry, he dotes on you. He also sucks, though, so... I mean, there's a reason he keeps pulling in the ladies, right? Like, there's something about him that we're not seeing. It fits him like his character is supposed to be wearing a hat? A cowl underneath? Because if that's the case, then yes. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out here. Hear me out. Actually might be kind of a good husband. He really does care about his family. Just look at how he treats Francisca in, like, the anime. He's somebody who has expectations, but he truly loves his family. Like, if you're on his good side like that, I think it's a good thing. The problem is that you have an issue where, like, think about being the wife of, like, a wealthy drug dealer, where he has these crimes, or if he gets caught, he's going away forever. So there's that constant anxiety there for something like that. But for the time that he doesn't get caught, I think it's pretty good. And that is, I think it's a reasonable argument to believe that the anime misrepresented his character. I actually, before I ever saw the anime, assumed that that's the type of dude he was after meeting Francisca. He is a perfectionist, which is why he's not an A. Having sex with him would be just... too much micromanaging going on there. Grossberg, Hemorrhoid City. He does make a pretty good salary, though, so I'll give him a little bump for that. And he's not super unattractive. My biggest problem with him is his hair. Like, I hate the flip. I don't like it. Like, it kind of fits his character, but I don't like it personally. He would definitely remember that because he's perfect at it. He would never forget that. So his cons are probably a perfectionist in bed, murdered somebody in the past, so he could go away forever or be killed. I don't agree with that, because Grossberg would actually treat you well, whereas Gant wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. He treats you well. Grossberg's a nice guy. He's just kind of lacks a spine. Meekins would be fucking obnoxious. Better than Mr. Sniveler here, but obnoxious. Good dude at heart. Looks like an actual cartoon character and is obnoxious. Those beady little eyes. But would he betray his own family? That was Mia's family. Kind of the same thing with Von Karma. Illegal. probably the worst person on this list, to be honest. If I'm like trying to look ahead. Ben is pretty fucking awful. First of all, he's into little girls. And the Regina thing with him and the puppet is just weird. But even beyond that, his personality, he's just a shithead. He is a fucking shithead. I would never want to be around this dude. If I were married to him, I'd plot to kill him. The only way I'd be able to get off is by imagining him dying in various ways. Acro does love his family. He's a nice looking dude. He's handsome. I don't like that he travels in a circus. Circuses aren't really my thing. He probably doesn't make that, like, a ton of money, but he makes enough to live, but it's also, you would have to travel with the circus, right? Which I don't, that doesn't, I don't like that. I don't like that. Maybe if we could settle down somewhere else, you know, it'd be a little better. It can bump him up to B, but traveling around in the circus is, Yanni Yogi is, you know, he's not the worst looking old dude, but he's also kind of a piece of trash person. Although he is kind of funny. And he does have a talking bird, but he lives in a shack. Payne makes a good salary because he is a prosecutor. And I guess an upside to him is I could probably control him pretty easily. If nothing else. And he definitely respect me more than those women, right? He would burn his fingerprints for you. Yeah, I mean, he's a prosecutor. He makes good money. He's gonna have a wife. So, like, he's not the worst. I could deal. It wouldn't be ideal, but I could deal. Will Powers, what a hunk. His biggest issue is that he's a little too passive in his ability to take advantage of his own potential, and that would be kind of frustrating as a spouse. So he's probably like here. No, he's probably above Marshall. Painfully average. Oh, there you go. Okay. If somebody's gonna call this Baka sussy, give a reason. Don't just say the word sussy just because of memes. Give it to me. I want to hear why it's sussy. Because if you can't tell me why it's sussy, then you ain't got no business calling it sussy. Don't be a little bitch about it. I don't know why Hocha put the dog in there. I don't know who's worse between these two. At least me and him would have similar interests, I suppose. In that I guess he likes anime, right? But he likes like he's creepy about it. He makes better money than Ben does. I don't think he's illegal. He's just gross. Yeah, his physique, he is pretty fucking unattractive. Just, ugh, I can't look at his face. Ah, but I don't want to travel in the circus. Nah, I wouldn't be able to deal with him. Red White. He's an asshole, narcissistic, has a ton of money. Probably around the Gant area. At least you'd be able to live comfortably. Hearing him talk his English would be really fun. I mean, he's a good-looking dude besides his fucking hair. I like his sense of style. Phoenix! Phoenix is a great dude. Especially Hobo Phoenix. That dude's a Giga Chad. But he loves being destitute, which is kind of annoying, especially since he shouldn't be. There's no reason why he should be. And not, you know, he's an attractive man. Dresses well-ish. That blue needs to be a little darker, but he's got the right color combo. Stands up for what he believes in. So yeah, that's a pretty sure heat. Let's okay. Hold on. We need to distinguish something here. Chad is negative, to me at least. So if we're gonna talk about Chad stuff, that's like douchebag shit. Douchebag basic bro bitch. Giga Chad, however, is one that transcends that negativity into something godly. Ah, well, it's my tier list. It doesn't matter if it's positive to you. When you have your discussion about it, you point it out all you want. Edgeworth is a Giga Chad. His biggest issue is that he's emotionally distant. That's a problem. That's actually kind of a problem. But it seems like when you break those walls down, you got yourself a real keeper. Well, I mean, I guess that's the thing. I'm not making it a discussion. I'm just stating something that is a fact within this context. Yeah, we're not sure. What? He might be asexual. I have no idea. This is borderline illegal? He, like, has an actual... Like... I don't know. He's psycho. He's a fucking psycho. I feel like if you get on his bad side, he will kill you. Hey, Agent Panda Queen. I'm doing good. How about you? So, I mean, yeah, that's right. How could I forget the multiple picture fucking, Yeah, he is pretty awful. Kind of a pretty dude, but I don't want to die. At least with, well, I'm assuming I'm not going to die with Ben, but I guess I don't know. And he cheats, like, oh god. Max has the same issue in Ben in that his, like, the thing with Regina is weird. But, like, for whatever reason, it doesn't seem nearly as creepy as Ben. Maybe it's because he never made it as explicit as Ben did. Like, you could interpret the way Max was talking about it in that simply, like, that's his really good friend. Because I don't think he ever straight up is like, yeah, I'm dating her. Whereas Ben's like, I want her. Ah, I want her. God. Oh. But, he's arrogant because he really has this, like, he has some confidence, but he also has this other side to him that's really, like, he's not confident at all. Like, he's got this facade, which I actually think makes him kind of interesting. But he is in the circus, although he's relative to the rest of the performers, he seems like he's probably loaded. So your accommodations are a little nicer there. Oh, does he say he's gonna marry her? I thought she said she's going to marry him. Do I have that backwards? He kind of, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Max is a cute dude. I like his feminine features. But yeah, the thing with Regina just kind of prevents him from, because there's something still creepy about that. I do have that backwards. I think I'd still rather have him than Gant, but actually, no, I'm putting red white here. Mo, he's a clown. Enough said. But at least I can roll my eyes at his jokes. And he is the head of the circus now, so he's got that power. Wellington sucks. Probably better than Sniveler there, though. Shelly the Killer. Well, I like his confidence. He's not a bad-looking older gentleman. Obviously has refined taste with the monocle. The zipper up his face is a little disconcerting. A little hard to look at, but he has a distinguished mustache and can get the job done. When he says he's gonna do something, he does it. He is loyal to a fault. So not the worst, and he's not gonna kill you. He only kills people that he's hired to kill. He himself doesn't go out to kill people for personal pleasure. It seems, at least. Yeah, him not being home a lot could be a good thing too, though. Just don't ever cheat on him, because then he might break that not killing for pleasure code. He did ask for permission. That's still weird, though. Like, it's good that he did, like, if there is such a thing as a correct way of doing that. Respected her family. But the fact that he even wanted to is that's what I can't get over. It would be betraying bond of trust with him. So I think I'm gonna put him above Larry. He's got some potential there. This guy sucks. I'm married to a nurse, so I am married to a nurse who works with a particularly narcissistic subset of doctors. So, when I see a dick doctor like this, I don't necessarily assume that a doctor is going to be a dick, but when I see a doctor who is clearly a dick, my feelings of irritation towards them gets amplified even more so. So, I probably dislike this guy more than the average Ace Attorney fan. He's a doctor, but I would want to punch him in his fucking face every day. Every day. Virio Tigre, yeah, he's the type of dude that, like, tries to intimidate his spouse. He's probably a piece of shit. And still doesn't seem that well off despite being a fucking loan shark. He's not super bad looking, he just needs to stop with the fake tanning. A rather well put together, intelligent gentleman who is also a serial killer. Godot. Godot is almost the entire package except his code of masculinity is outdated and obnoxious. And that's coming from a male. So as his spouse, it would be even more obnoxious, I think. But like he's a good-looking dude. He's a thoughtful individual, obviously cares very much about the people close to him. Dresses well. He's got that theme that follows him around everywhere. Eyesight's a little fucked at this point, but I mean the visor's kind of cool too. So, you know, drinks way too much caffeine. I don't know whether to put him above or below Phoenix. What do you guys think? I feel like this might be a toss-up. He will make coffee for you. I put Acro in C mostly because he's in the circus and doesn't really offer that much more other than being kind of attractive. Like, the circus also fucks over Ben and Max to an extent. Well, remember, we're not assuming these people are going to prison. Because that would make too many of these characters really easy to, like, disregard, and that wouldn't be as fun. So we're assuming he's not going to jail for whatever reason. Reason doesn't matter. Armstrong is a lying piece of shit. Who isn't his food actually really bad too, despite him being a chef? The only thing I really enjoy about him is his love for the color pink. Kristoff is a jealous mess. He is the type of dude that they write in the stories that, like, kills his spouse over jealousy over something. But still, he's got money and he's not bad looking. So I still probably put him here. We take the risk. Claver. Now, Claver's got it all. Got the looks. He's loaded. Has a sense of justice. Got style. Biggest problem with him is similar to the issue with Shelly the Killer. He's not gonna be home a lot. He's not gonna be alone, or you're gonna be alone a lot. So I'm not sure where that puts him here. Is that enough to drop him below any of these characters? Maybe Edgeworth? And he's funny. Like, he's a stud. He's an outright stud. But he's so studly that you're gonna have an issue actually spending time with him. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's my bot. Class rep's my bot. And she's, fuck, what's her name? Hikari? So I don't know. I guess I'm willing to put him above everyone except maybe Edgeworth. I don't know. He might be in contention for top. We'll get to best like at the end. But I'm probably putting him here for now because he's up there. He is up there for sure. I love Claver's character. His noodles are super salty. I hate his hair. I hate his eyebrows. I hate that he wears a bowl for a hat. But he's also not the worst person. He's less annoying than Meekins is. This guy... I don't know, like here? There's a lot of... I feel like there's not much upside to that guy. But, like... I don't know. He is. But it still puts him above, like, some of these other dudes who are, like, outright awful. More pitiable than awful. Darian, fuck him and his disgusting hair. And he's a killer. Go on here. He's just, I can't look at him with that hair. It's disgusting. Doesn't make any sense. Apollo. Excuse me. Apollo has not yet reached Phoenix level, so he's not up there. He is funny. He's a tryhard, but in a good way. Good sense of... I like his style. Personally. A lot of potential. He's just kind of young, so he's still, like, figuring the rest of the stuff out. He is loud, but I grew up in a loud family, so that doesn't really bother me. Like, I feel like he's either above or below Jake. I don't think he's above Will yet. Remember, I've only seen Apollo in one game. So the next couple of games could greatly influence my... He is, but like even Phoenix was still young there. The reason we can add more to Phoenix's character now is because he's a lot older. Yeah, I'll put him above Jake here, especially for the potential. Disgusting. Nope, I'd rather take the risk. And not as disgusting, or more disgusting than that hair. And he yells. Fake French accent would be better than hearing whatever he has to say. God, he's just so unattractive. That's where I'm gonna leave him. Illegal. Ron. Oh, dear Ron. I hate his hair, but everything else about him's splendid. He's a treat. He's a treat to be around. Cares about his spouse, greatly. Just wants to make them happy to the point where he'll start stealing some stuff, but not killing. Not killing. Even if he gets put away for stealing, it's not going to be for as long as a lot of these other people because he's not killing anybody. So, I'm probably putting Ron here. He's actually got his shit together a little more than Jake does. Ron needs a better sense of style, though. I absolutely hate his outfit. That is true. Stood up to people he knew he was going to get his ass whooped. I don't... See, but I feel like I could put Ron here, but I feel like I shouldn't put him ahead of Apollo. Even more so than, like, Will Powers. Maybe I feel better about this. I think I like this. I feel better about this arrangement now. Canadian judge. He's a judge. Makes good money. I'm assuming. I find Canadian accents to be very pleasant. I do find beards with no mustaches to be incredibly unattractive, personally. If you have this, for me, you must have this or you don't look good. Now, all you out there that have that, again, I consider myself a straight male, mostly, like, again, Kinsey scale, much more towards straight than anything else. But, so, my opinion doesn't really matter much here, right? Just my personal thing. I'm looking at a dude and their attractiveness, and I see that they got the Abe, an even worse Abe going on. That ain't it. Don't do it. In my personal opinion. But other than that, pretty solid choice, I think. Pretty solid choice. Maybe even above Von Karma, just because of the stability. I actually want to put him here. Hey, Lugia, what's up? Okay, but this guy isn't Abe Lincoln. Also, Abe Lincoln was known for being unattractive. Like, that was... Like, he's not attractive. And I'm like, I kind of agree. It's mostly because of that beard. That's because the dignity in which Abe Lincoln carried himself with is just not anything. Nobody on this list can match that. At me is ugly. I hate that nose. I hate it. I hate it. For as awesome as that monocle is, the hair and the nose just completely blow it apart. He's also super fucking annoying. Very into himself. But he's still... pure. Still above all those other people. Ooh, the first person that I would actively take some killers over. This is probably where I draw the line. You know what? Fuck this. I see the people that are in front of him, and I'm like, nah. I'm lying to myself if I say that. I'm lying to myself. I'd rather him go, I don't know about that, than I see. I 100% agree with your assessment because you are the last person who spoke. And then the next person talks, he's like, now I agree with you 100%. The only good thing about Brushel is that he can supply me with any amount of cocaine that I need, obviously. Because he's done so much coke in his life that it's permanently stained on his face. Later, hero. Okay, so Valent has some problems. But he's like generally a good dude. He'd be entertaining. I'd probably put him here. He kind of has a problem with not being around either. Keeping secrets. Like, good looking dude. He's a good looking dude for sure. A little too much yellow. I bet if he turned this to like a dark gray or like a dark blue, suddenly he's probably an A because he just looks better without, you know. Oh, we don't even have to low key it. He's a good looking dude. He's a good looking dude. Chill chin, is able to pull off just the mustache well. Good hair. Not intense. Oh, God, strong. We'll just. What word am I thinking of? Fierce eyes. Fierce eyes. I like fierce eyes. You would have jealousy problems. That is true. Yeah, I mean, yellow and red put together. God. Bound to happen, right? Good call by Maxim. This dude is a fucking perv. The only thing I will say about him is he seems relatively book smart. And he's not the worst looking guy. He's just a fucking pervert. Mob boss guy. These bushy eyebrows are a problem. Other than that, though, he's kind of a stud. So, like, here. But God, if we had Walkie together as a kid, I would feel like a failure as a parent. Speaking of which. Oh, God. Walkie is so goddamn annoying. Every time he'd open his mouth, I'd want to punch him in his fucking face. Ambassador. Ambassador is high tier. He's a great dude. Always has a very pleasant disposition. Most of the time, has a very pleasant disposition. Person of influence and power. Able to pull off that blonde hair well. He's a people pleaser. I thought he was an adult. How old is Walkie? This isn't cute. This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. The only thing that's minorly cute about him is like his cat whiskers. Yeah, I don't remember. Let's double check that. I thought he was an adult. They say they have him at 19 in Apollo Justice. Walkie's disgusting. He's annoying as shit and he's fuck ugly. Does act like a teenager. Also another downside. This guy's ugly. He does have a very imposing presence though, which can be attractive. He also has some power behind him, which is also attractive. But my God, those ears, man. They just, ugh. It's also a murderer. Wait, did he? No, his son did it, right? But he tried to cover it up. Which shows some loyalty to family. So, I mean, might be able to deal with the ears a little bit there. But he's always making a stank face. He is always making a stank face. You get a few not stank faces, but like 80% of the screen time he's making a stank face. He was. Oh, he's definitely doing illegal stuff. But I don't know. I don't know if I... still rather have him than most of these other people. Yeah, he's a kid. Kind of like he's got the Von Karma thing where he's definitely not a good dude, but he cares about his family. Because he cares about it. He doesn't want his son to... He cares about his family. I can respect that. Is it the right thing to do? No. But at least we can, like, respect the motives behind it. Mo is a clown. That's Mo's biggest problem. That's a huge problem. And that's kind of what I was trying to weigh here. I don't think he's better than Pain, though. This guy is attractive. Got like, he's got the Hollywood face, but he's annoying as fuck. And he also was the culprit behind the first case in Ace. Wait, was that case 2? What case is that? Investigations. It was 1, right? Wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. But he does make money. It was case 1. Okay. Married his partner in cold blood, so he could definitely murder his spouse in cold blood. Still risk it with him over all these other people, though. Oof. Oh God. Here, at least his dad's rich, I guess. It seems like him and that girl had a good relationship. Wait, didn't he throw her under the bus? It's hard to remember some of the details in that case. Oh yeah, I'm athletically inclined. You keep me in shape. So that's actually a pretty good benefit. He did throw under the bus. Okay, yeah, piece of shit. There. Actually, there. Alba is just awful. He has a position of power. I mean, he's got a nice figure when he's standing up straight. His nose is disgusting. I hate his hair. Again, no mustache because he thinks he's fucking Abraham Lincoln. That lived past Ford's Theater. Also murdered 2 people. I'm gonna give... Here. Here. There we go. You could never have an argument with him. You could never have an argument with him because it would never end. Mr. Lang. He's a studly man. A little gullible, getting dragged around by you for so long, but studly man. Jumps to conclusions a little too much. Like his style. He just... Yeah. Good theme. Is there any reason not to put him in S class? Like low S? I'm not sure there's a reason to keep him out of S. Just a stud. Bad. Bad is high tier, except for that he's a little older. And honestly, I don't find he's not an attractive dude. Like, his face is way too severe. But he's a dude with a really good heart. He's a beast. Likes candy. We have that in common. What I imagine his voice to be is pretty sexy. That wouldn't surprise me that that's a popular ship. I just don't think Bad looks like his attractiveness level bumps him down a tier. Otherwise, he would be like, if you took Lang and gave him all of Bad's attributes, that's an S tier character. He's like a legendary Pokemon that can't breed. This guy sucks. Here. Just, I have a hard time looking at him. Okay. Blaze also sucks. He will absolutely murder you to get away with whatever he needs to get away with. And he wears his goggles correctly. Worst contender for worst dad in the game. This guy only cares about being the best at stuff. I think, yeah, right here. He's not a bad looking dude, but Jesus, he's awful. Fake president. Another awful guy. Man, it's too many pieces of shit on this list. He's handsome when he's in his fake mode. Just think about betting with him when he's in his fake mode. Like, everything just suddenly kind of melts onto you. Probably still more than... He's also the fake president. Gotta give him that. Gregory Edgeworth, in contention for best husbando. He's got style, he's got the right disposition, cares about his kid a ton, very intelligent, has a very nice dry sense of humor. Even though he looks super serious, he doesn't actually take things as serious as you would think. He's got that little sense of humor to him. I imagine that Patrick Stewart was very much like Gregory Edgeworth at his age. Not, well, maybe less Patrick, because Patrick Stewart himself's a fucking goof, but Jean-Luc Picard was very much like a Gregory Edgeworth in his mid-30s. And that's a stud. That's a stud. Knightley sucks. Really sucks, but not as much as some of these other people. His problem is that he's annoying too. This guy, forget his name, he is actually in jail though, so that's a benefit because y'all don't have to see his face actually. Ripped, not. I mean, he's not attractive, but he's not super ugly either. Do we know why he's in jail? Ah, yeah, J. Elberg. See, I despise his hair, and I despise how, like, he's got a really narrow head. I won't say I despise that, but it comes off as unattractive to me. Maybe that's due to the neck brace. Maybe if he didn't have the neck brace on, I wouldn't think it looks that way. But I think the neck brace, his face looks very unattractive. If he murdered somebody, wouldn't he be dead? Generic crime. Like, he could beat somebody up for you. Like I said, he's not super unattractive. Not good looking, but not super unattractive. Maybe there. Another contention for Best Husbando can sing as the body of an Adonis. Dresses well. Actually love his curly hair. So Ray's interesting. Ray's an attractive dude. I love his style. But he's a little too flirty for my tastes, quite honestly. A little way too flirty. And I would assume he's like that kind of flirt that's still going to be a flirt even after you guys get married. And that bothers me. Oh yeah, and he's an amazing cook. It's a complete package. Maybe that probably can't drop him down that low though. Like here. That's true. He is kind of a perv too. It's like he does it to Kay, and it's like, no, you shouldn't be doing that to Kay, dog. Kid. No. No, no, no. No, no. I'd still take him over these people, though. Actually, you know what? All right. What's wrong with that? Yeah, sure, he just wants to hug. That's a lot of pervs say. Simon's interesting. He's really interesting. He's a really interesting character. But he's kind of sick. It's understandable given what happened to him, but smokes what, cigarettes? I mean, cigarettes are a problem, but other stuff not so much. He's not unattractive. Got monkeys around him all the time. That's kind of a problem. Again, he's also in the circus. Yeah, it's like the issues he has, I'm just not sure. Because, like, and this grudge is from a long time ago, right? He wasn't able to let go, sadly. Zach looks like a stud, but wow, is he a piece of shit person and father. He is the definition of, honey, I'm going out to get cigarettes and never coming back guy. But he's also surprisingly still not as much of a piece of shit as some of these other people are. Is he a worse dad? Is he the worst dad, though? Is he the worst dad? He's a damn terrible dad, but I don't think he's outright the worst compared to some of these other people. Well, and I think that's exactly it. The reason why Zach comes off as worse is somebody like Gustavia, even though Gustavia, I think what he did was clearly worse, and his complete lack of regard for his son after the fact confirmed it. Whereas Zach obviously regretted what he did. He still loved his daughter. It's because we get so close to Trucy that we're like, how could you have possibly done that to her? So like, it amplifies it, even though I think it's pretty. Gustavia is if you took Zach, but then made him objectively worse, because he actually doesn't care about his kid. Zach is like base level Goku. Gustavia is Super Saiyan God. Yeah, I can get behind that. I can get behind that. So yeah, I feel pretty good about this list, except we gotta figure out who best Husbando is, and I think it's between these four guys. I think it's between these four individuals. Before I choose, I'm curious to see what you guys think. Also, hello, Mike. Gotta burn them, man! Is your situation a use them or lose them? Probably not, because it's February, and if you would have lost them, it would have been at the end of the year. That's your PTO, right? I'm an idiot. Somebody who's self-employed, that concept's foreign to me. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then while I'm in the bathroom, you guys can vote. What's his first name? I'll just call him Masters, I guess. Forget his first name. Did it? Okay, there we go. Hey, Mike, at least you still kept your toddler around. These other dads that were talking about outright fucking abandoned their kids. Alright, we'll be right back. I think I'm down to 2 in my head. Shit, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go out right away. All right. My tab crashed. Okay. Correct. Just interested in seeing what chat says. So 45% Gregory, Miles and Clavera split at 25 apiece, and then 5 for Masters. I mean, it's up to you. If it's your own firm, you can take on full-time cases, or you don't. It's up to you. That's the great thing about it. If something happened in your life, like say you're having a kid. My partner's having a kid. Well, girlfriend's having a kid. So he cut cases off for a little while so that he has the time to spend with his girlfriend during those early months of childbirth. That's the amazing flexibility of working for yourself. All right, so I'm gonna go from fourth to first. Fourth, Masters is gonna stay here. A big reason why is professionally, I can relate to all three of these guys. And I think that creates a lot of understanding and empathy in the relationship. So even though he's a stand-up dude, I have no idea what it's like to be a confectionist or singer stage guy. So, plus, I mean, he's a lot older now too. Or at least when we last see him. Miles at number 3, and he's 3 because even though I personally enjoy the challenge of trying to get someone to trust me to break down an emotional wall, it still is something you have to do. As opposed with these two, I don't think you really have that issue. And as Edgeworth's spouse, I'd probably find Francisca really fucking annoying. And I don't really know if I'm somebody who wants a family, and I'm not sure if Edgeworth is someone who's interested in having children. So then it comes down to these two, and I'm picking Gregory for a few reasons. They both seem like they'd be awesome, but there's a slightly higher chance that Claver is going to find someone better than me. Which, you know, Gregory's that type of dude though, where he seems like he settles down with you. That's it. You don't care about nobody else. Let's have a kid. Let's do our thing. That, and Claver also has that issue of being on the road a lot. Like, who was that? Who's the other person that was going to be on the road a lot? I mean, Valiant was one. Lang's kind of like that too. But yeah, like he travels. And going even deeper into the job thing, I empathize much more with the people that are on the defense side. As somebody who works a private practice and not for the government, I much more connect with Gregory, Phoenix, Edgeworth when he does it, Apollo, than Claver, Edgeworth when he's, prosecutor, Godot. Oh, I guess Godot was a defense attorney at 1.2. We don't really see him acting like. We don't see him in the role on Karma. Mike. Yeah, fair. So I think that's There's probably more fireworks here, but there's more long-term stability here. And at 35, I'm more about the long-term stability. If I was 10 years younger, I'd probably go for the fireworks. So that's it. Feel pretty good about this list too. Some of these, if I thought a little harder, might get flipped, but they're all pieces of shit in one way or another. So, or just annoying, or a clown. Nah, I can't put Mo in the same tier as those people. Like that. We'll go with that for now. What? Yeah, download. All right. Let's keep the theme going. I usually delete F more so because I don't see a need for it. Feels like it balances out just fine. Wait, is that Himiko robot? Wouldn't that just be an illegal? Okay. Ooh, we could do a drip tier list. If we have time after the Danganronpa case tier list, we'll do a drip tier list. Oh, I see. The robots are the bears. Why are they there then? All right. So, robot, bear, robot. Celeste is in D. She is the most disappointing gambler. She needs to just go watch Kakegurui and just mimic the main character, and she would be, it would jump her up to A. The only reason it would be higher than that is because I'm not a fan of pigtails at all. Like, I think the whole goth, pale, red eyes look is, I could dig that, but the pigtails, Yeah, this is a waifu tier list. Waifu tier list, sorry. I was surprisingly invested in that show. Like, I knew I'd find the subject matter interesting, but I didn't think I'd get invested into the characters like I did. All right, later, Mina. Understandable. Take it easy. Yeah, it was. Twin drills, pigtails, doesn't matter. You got two tails here. You got twin anything. I don't like it. Not a fan of that hairstyle at all. Owie. Up there. Really took off. What she did in case 4 had kind of bumped her down initially a little bit, but then after the anime, she soared back up again. Mike. Okay, all right. So let me ask you guys this, because I'm not 100% sure on this. I'm assuming that all the characters in V3 are 18 or older, because, and the reason, there's actually a logical reason behind that, even though it's never explicitly stated. One would assume that you would have to be of legal age to be able to partake in that. To be able to consent to partake in that. That your parents couldn't sign you up for it. It would have to be you on your own. So that was my thought process. In assuming that they're 18 or higher. They're canonically 18 or 18 to 19. Okay. That makes sense. All right, so then we'll actually rank Himiko then, since she's in theory at least 18. Actually, before I rank her, Lux, can you double check on Himiko? She's the only one that I'm really not sure about. Smoogie sucks. At least, Celeste has a personality to her, even though it sucks. Sumugi's personality is no personality. Sakura, awesome. I'm not personally into super buff girls, but she's got something. I love her skin tone's super attractive to me. Her hair's cool. She still likes to dress. You know, she does a cute little sailor outfit, but she's ripped, right? She's a great person. I don't mind a girl that can fight though. So, but it's really her. She's just a little too ripped for me. It's a little too ripped. So I don't know. She might still be. That might be still good enough to put her in low A. But for now, I'm gonna put her in high B. Defending your country, though, is going to be seen very different legally than just joining a game show where you're probably going to die. God. Kyoko. Potential best waifu. I love her, like, purple palette. She's cute. I love her sense of style. I love her analytical nature. She cares in her own way about the people close to her. Very intelligent. Can be a little too cold at times, I guess would be her downside. Little too cold. There are times in marriages where you want to see a reaction, and she might be that type of person where you don't get it, and it gets really frustrating. Who the fuck are we talking about, Tal? Wait, who are we talking about? Yeah, Mike, but we know. I mean, let's use common sense here. We know that people don't see them the same way. Even if it's functionally treated the same, there is a difference between this person is fighting for their country to defend you versus they are on this show to entertain you. Oh, right. I forgot about the Love Hotel too. Like, I agree that it's disgusting how it gets sensationalized like that, where I think it needs to be taken a lot more seriously and somberly, personally, and that's why people are so gung-ho about it. But yeah, so, alright, so we're assuming Himiko's 18, but she does look like a child, so, ooh. I have another thing that we can do after this. That'll keep this, yeah, exactly. If you look like a child, it's doesn't matter if you're of age or not. It's a no. That's a no-go. Himiko's interesting though. Are we talking about Himiko because Himiko is actually not like her, right? She's older, isn't she? But if we're talking about, if we're going based, excuse me, off of this picture, then it'd be below, because at least Himiko's not a gigantic bitch, as Hiyoko is. So I don't know, it depends. Because if we're talking about like older Himiko, we could even put, she might reach like higher C. Because older Himiko is not as much of a bitch, and she's actually looks like an adult. Hiyoko. Are we treating Hiyoko like the Hiyoko we play as in the game, or what she actually is? Yeah, because her names are so fucking similar. Because if she's older Hiyoko, then she's probably at least above these three. But if she's young looking Hiyoko, then she's down here. So I want to establish how we're kitty milk pop waifu densetsu. Good job for that coming off of the top, Mike. So we'll just judge her by the. I guess we could do that like we did with Emma, where we judged Emma based on the fact that her picture was of young Emma. All right. So yeah, we'll assume it's the Hiyoko that you play as in the game. Hot maid that's so badass that allegedly, in her mind at least, she could defend the country. I'd say that's pretty high tier. Yeah. No, not their ages, because they're 18 like everywhere, at least. But like the Hyoko's appearance, because remember Hyoko is actually more grown. She looks more like an adult than like this kitty shit. Well, yeah, the hair is part of the hotness. That hair do be slapping, no, for real. So yeah, Kirumi's up there. I don't think she's in contention for best waifu, and that's partly because the less I've seen of you, the less likely you are in contention for best waifu, because she kind of goes early, but she's definitely still up there. Part of that's because she wasn't around long enough for us to get to know her real personality. Oh yeah. You know how much of an upgrade it was for Urza Scarlet to go from no hair covering her eye to hair covering all of one of her eye? Yeah, exactly, Mike, which is just... Or, I'm gonna trigger Lux here. I would totally beg Jugo and then let her kill me. She is like the exception to the pigtails. She's fucking hot. Her dimensions are like 0.1% of the world have them. And quite frankly, I would love to just talk to her about whatever for like the 15 minutes before she got bored of me and kicked me out of the room. Because I find her to be a fascinating character. And that she's just kind of... She's not even... She's so warped that I can't help but, like, want to know more. Like the idea of two trains that are going to collide and you can't avert your eyes. I could see that, Lux. Hey! I'm actually proud of you that you would admit to that, because you absolutely despise Junko otherwise. Yeah, I mean, somebody could be interesting and you not like her. That's fair. I love her character. They're all older than 18 in the anime, because they had been out for like, what, 3 years or something like that? Was it 3 years? I forget how long it was. But we're just gonna go based on what her, what she looks like in the picture. Yeah, the hair over the eye functionally is awful, but I mean, it just looks so good. But yeah, she could step on me, but I can't put her in S because she would likely kill me. So I would just have to hope that was the best ever before dying. Yeah, if you actually joined the Danganronpa Discord discussion, you would have caught that several times. Peiko is loyal to a fault. But how do you hold the Fuyuhiko thing? Because if her loyalty's still to Fuyuhiko, you kind of hold that against her. But if you're Fuyuhiko as a waifu, she's almost top tier. She's cute. She handles a kendo stick. Man, that level of shade was like the sun was ever so briefly covered by like what are they? Cumulus cloud? What's the really light one? Love the glasses. Love her black outfit. She actually seems like she has a kind of really like hilariously warped sense of humor after going and pretending to be a superhero, which I know a lot of people hated that case, but I found that to be incredibly humorous. But it depends. It just depends on how you're looking at her, so I guess we'll split the difference. Kane. Akane's banging. She has some issues that she needs to deal with, but she's athletically inclined. She is very earnest, like good-hearted. I like a girl that can eat. That's good too. Then I don't feel bad about eating. But I'm not sure if she's S-worthy. Probably. Her big issue is that she lacks the depth of some of the other characters, considering how long she was around, which is she was around forever. But yeah, I think she's super funny. I just wish there was kind of more depth to her character than I eat and fight. Like, that's great. Anything else? Not really. And again, we're gonna have to deal with those problems that she has, because she's not understanding them yet, but they will become a problem. Maki roll. Maki roll is a deceptively intense and passionate person. Like, passionate person. And when you get like those little pieces of happiness out of her, it's so rewarding. She's cute, even though she also has the fucking. There's a lot of tails going on here, but so a lot of these characters are good enough where I can look past it. She can defend me. We know that. Well, no, she's not actually an assassin, but she is still kind of an assassin. She went after Kokichi like they made it seem like she was like a fucking superhero when she did it. Yeah, it's almost like she could be Aoi's bigger sister. That like her older sister, even though Aoi's older than she is. But like the older, like kind of dumb older sister or older sibling trope. Yeah, that's true too. Monica is. I'm actually really curious. I'm actually really curious about post Danganronpa 3 Monica. She's not illegal after Danganronpa 3, is she? Although I guess if we're gonna treat her the same way that we treat Hyoko, this is her young appearance, then it'd be down here. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure canonically she is not illegal. And she looks older in Danganronpa. She actually looks like, she doesn't look like Himiko and Hyoko at least. Oh, nope. I guess I didn't know she was that young. I guess I thought she was like 2 years older than everybody else, and that was part of her control. But yep, nope, that's a flat out illegal. I don't think I liked her character as much as a lot of other people did. And that was even before she got brainwashed. She's really nice. She's hardworking, but she's kind of bland. She's pretty. Like she's kind of bland to me. I really wasn't. Her character was fine, but I know some people love her, and I just don't see that. Robot and illegal. She might be both. Mikan. Mikan's hot. Her ditziness can be endearing, although it also can get annoying. She's actually very erotic, which I consider to be a good thing. She's trained to be something close to it. I forget what it is. Close to a nurse. My wife's a nurse, so some comparisons there. I don't know. Put her there for now, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's something weird like that. Who is this? Why don't I recognize this person? This looks like that guy. Oh, this is Fuyuhiko's sister? Okay, she was illegal the last time we see her. D, bitch. The only thing redeeming about her is that she makes delicious treats. I hate her design. I don't like her as a person. Ugh. So this one's kind of weird. She's a really fun person, but she looks too young. Like she really doesn't look that much older than Himiko or Hyoko. The religious thing would get annoying after a while. The art stuff would be fun. Yeah, Angie, yeah. I could see Angie being super controlling too, ironically. Makuro. So I'm gonna do something illogical and add non-canonical stuff to Kuro's character, because I love her non-canonical character. I think she is awesome. She's very much like a Peiko, in that she's colder, but like, if she loves you, she'll fucking do anything for you. Also kind of a badass. I think her secret crush on Makoto is super cute, which is canon. So like, and she's not gonna kill you like Junko is. Probably going to. I'm gonna put her there for now. And she has freckles, and freckles are fucking adorable. Who the fuck is this? Wait, who is this? Why don't I know who this is? Why don't I recognize this person? Oh, is she in Altered Despair Girls? I'm gonna put her here just because I don't know anything about her. I forget her name, but Pharmacy Girl. That would be very useful in a relationship. She goes a little crazy, which is problematic. But she seems really kind of hard underneath. She's just been abused so much over the years. But she seems like if she loves you, she would fiercely protect you. I can barely make this picture out. Who is this? My eyesight's really bad. It's so dark. Why don't I remember her at all? So she killed her. Okay, well, she's also illegal then. The last time we saw her was... Alright. Funniest fucking character in the entire series. She's hot. She knows how to wear goggles incorrectly like you should. Got a freak side to her. Love her sense of style. And I love, she's the type of girl where I'm like, how do you not feel good about yourself? You should feel awesome about yourself. I'd really do everything I could to like try to prop up her confidence. Chiaki's really interesting. I like anime Chiaki, as if we're talking about waifu here, a lot more than DR2 Chiaki, just because I feel like DR2 Chiaki, like, it was done intentionally, so I get it. Not saying it's bad story-wise or anything, but they took some of her personality out because it wasn't really her. Whereas, like, you got a stronger emotional Chiaki in IRL. Oh yeah, she would technically be illegal because the last time we saw her alive, yeah. No, that's a good point. And if we're talking about AI, that's basically robot, right? Yeah, I think either way she's here. Robot isn't necessarily artificial intelligence, I get it, but not gonna rank an artificial intelligence as a waifu. But no, that's a good point. We last saw her alive, she was illegal, and then when we see her next, she's still in that category. Kaede is up there. Best protagonist in all the games, and she's only in one case. She's beautiful. She's musically inclined. She's fucking awesome. She tries to. She makes a very calculated risk in potentially sacrificing herself in order to save everybody. She is not a toxic positivity presence. Yeah, it does give them quite a high floor for sure. And she's a pianist. I love piano. Well, what do you guys think? State your cases. State your cases for Chiaki. I'm willing to listen. I gave you my reasoning. Other than I just want to see her ranked. Mahiru is cute. I like her personality. Again, freckles. Makes her adorable. Photographer would be kind of annoying because she'd probably want to take a lot of selfies and I hate pictures. But she's cute. Tenko. Tenko could possibly be a lot higher if she wasn't so god awful annoying about men. The like raging hate against men, even though she like kind of changes towards the end, they didn't give her a complete change, which is one of the reasons I was really disappointed when she died, because I thought her character was really making strides. She can be decently funny though, and has some of the best facial expressions I've ever seen in my life. And she's got some she's athletically inclined. Well, yeah, you're 15. That's all right. Who, Chiaki? She's not 18 in the anime. They're not seniors. And if they're not seniors, they wouldn't be 18. Who the fuck is this? Is this another person that I just never met in Ultra Despair Girls or something? For that matter, who the fuck is this? Scarlett, the reason she's down here is because I have to acknowledge that she'd probably kill me, and that kind of drops you from S tier. I if you'll let me live, you know, I gotta. Trep's 15, so if he wants to date high school Chiaki, it wouldn't be a problem. I already know everything that happens in Danganronpa 0. I just don't know all the extra characters. Sayaka is an A. She's super cute when she's not going insane because she's driven to insanity. She has a really cute personality, really nice friend. She's a pop idol, but she's not one of those fake people, it seems. She seems like she's genuinely nice. I would hope that I would try my damnedest to be useful to her. But I mean, look at that face. That could change from 1 second to the next. Ibuki, also a contender. Love the alternative punk style. She's metal. She's super funny. She's also like, she's excited. She's like excitable, but also super chill in like her general disposition in life, but with a lot of energy, if that makes sense. Love Ibuki. That was, when she died, the only reason it wasn't absolutely soul-crushing like Sayaka's or say Chihiro's is because I knew she was going to die. Like, you could just see it coming from a mile away. It still was painful, though. Very painful. You saw the death and wanted to play? Oh, that's interesting. I thought you just like saw the character and was like, oh, that character's awesome, I want to play. Komaru. I actually think Komaru is super cute. She's she's like super fun, courageous. I think she's hilarious. She is kind of plain looking, but I still think she's adorable. Like, what are her downsides? I guess she just doesn't stand out like some of the other characters do. But she is A tier. Toko's both. If you have one, you have to have the other. Ugh. That's how I see it, at least. Nope. Mrs. Hagakure, are you trying to seduce me? She smokes. That's actually a huge turnoff, because kissing somebody who smokes is, for me, a very unpleasant feeling. It's not great, but she is hot. I like her like laid back personality and laid back sense of style. But man, that smoke just, it kind of, she could be like high B or low A if not for the smoking. Smoking drops her. God, the smoking's really bad. Like, it's not anything about her personality or anything like that, but I think smoking is a huge turnoff. Oh, it's part of the reason you hate 2-3 so much. I see. Why is Magic Girl in D? Because she looks like a kid. Like, we talked about this earlier. It's unfortunate because she is canonically an adult, but I just can't get past the fact that she looks like a kid. Hyoko's the same way. And Angie. Not to the extent of the other two, but enough. This... Who is this? Is she from 02? Okay, Scarlett, but just because you're a smaller individual doesn't mean you actually look like a kid. Like, Himiko's mannerisms are even childish. Ooh, do you have like that like sexy rogue strand of hair now? You got a little bit of white coming down in front. It's like, oh man, it's like Rogue. It's possible, but I mean, that's what we were talking about too. Like, it really sucks because there are people that, like you, that might have that issue, and it's not your fault. But it's still hard for us to look at it differently, you know? Which is, again, that's really unfair to people like you, but... That's true. Well, okay. But if I had to deal with her son, I would shit on him. I would be the stereotypical terrible stepdad. I would shit all over him. So I'd get some perverse joy from that. How tall are you, Scarlett? Sonia is hilarious. She's a princess. She's beautiful. Like her sense of style. I like how, like, amused she is with all things that are, like, foreign or whatever. Actually, as much as I do like that, even though Gundam comes off as a really silly character, she's still like that. She was into it, and that's really cool. That's really cool. Toko. So Toko gets a lot better as a potential waifu after Ultra Despair Girls. Because she starts taking like her friendship with Kamaru kind of changes her. She starts taking care of herself a little more. Even Genocide Jack seems like more reeled in that Jack isn't going around trying to kill young boys anymore. That could just be because she understands that there's a greater threat out there. But my main point is the character from the first game is not the character at all that we have by the end of Danganronpa 3. I actually think she's pretty funny in Ultra Despair Girls. So I don't know. She's kind of tough to rank. She's cute, but like, what if she doesn't shower for a whole week? That's kind of a problem. What if her genocide self goes back to her murderous ways? That would be a problem. I'd be really interested in reading her works. Myers-Briggs is fun. We don't judge Myers-Briggs here, even though I'm a J. It's okay. We've all done that to a certain extent. Lux. 5'3", 5'5". I would have a hard time believing you actually look like a hobbit then, because like I've never seen anybody 5'5" that's your age that looks anecdotal. So obviously, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it exists. It's hard for me to conceptualize personally. Well, I mean, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher said they only shower when they like do something strenuous, and if they don't do anything strenuous for a while, they don't shower. But I'd be like, she is known to stink. Like it's not that they're just like, oh, she doesn't take a shower very often. She is known to be pungent because of whatever reason. So there's some risk reward with her. Stream dropped for a second. That was weird. But yeah, so with the risk reward, we're gonna put her here. I shouldn't have to do that though. You should want to, you know. All right, so worst. I mean, this one's kind of obvious. Hyoko's just insufferable to be around, especially if we're talking about DR2 Hyoko. Just nothing is attractive about her. Okay, this is tough because all these 5 legitimately can take that top spot. I'm putting Hyoko here because of that potential emotional disconnect issue that I mentioned earlier. Actually, you know what? I'm putting Akane here. I think she's hotter than Kirumi. And they're both kind of one-dimensional in a way. It's because we don't get enough of Kirumi. That emotional disconnect can be really frustrating, speaking from experience. So there will be times where Kyoko is too cool and collected, where you want her to show emotion. And like I said, that can get really frustrating. Kaide's probably here because what we get of her is very good, but we still don't get the complete picture. So it's still kind of hard to judge her from that regard. She's super positive to be around, plays the piano, super cute. But there's some aspects of her personality that I feel like we don't get a chance to explore. So maybe then it's probably fair then to put her behind Kyoko, because with Kyoko we'd know a lot more of those elements that we don't know with Kaide. Ibuki's gonna be next. As much as I love Ibuki's design, I could definitely do without the horns, or her horn wraps, or whatever you want to call them. She pulls them off well, don't get me wrong, but I think she'd look even better without them. Her, and as much as she's like metal, the one song I've heard her play, I was not a fan of. She's also, unlike the other 5 or the other 4, she has the least attractive body. She's really small. I like some curves. Now her personality and all that's enough where it's not a bad thing that's going to keep her out of S, but when compared to the other characters, it is kind of an issue. This is really difficult. Miu's super funny, but I think Aoi's like legit might be like the best person on this entire list to like have a family with. She's also super cute. I think the skin tone for these 3 is absolutely beautiful, and I wish there'd be other darker characters like that, because it just gives them a very distinctive look. Even Angie, but Angie still looks like a kid. It's her problem. One's athletically inclined, one is more intellectually inclined. One's a freak, where the other is more reserved about that sort of thing. Although not entirely reserved. If you go to her free time events, it's obvious that Aoi's crushing on Makoto. I guess the main difference here is that, well, no, they both try to kill people at one point and fail. I'm sure it is. Like I said, I don't. She pulls them off well. It's just, if there is something that breaks the tie between these 5, that would be something against her. Miu's also way more emotionally fragile than Aoi is. Aoi wouldn't need constant validation. And I could go get donuts with Aoi whenever. Damn. This is tough. This is tough. This is really tough. I'm gonna choose Aoi because I think we've gotten more of her like caring side that we didn't really get that with Mew. You got like hints of it, you just didn't get enough of it. Like I would feel way more confident about what I know about Aoi. But yeah, that's something feels off and I don't know what it is. I'm like wait, no, this person. I still don't know who this is. Assuming Danganronpa 0, so down there. It's not that there's a ton of girls in S, because I mean, if there's just a lot of girls in S, there's just a lot of girls in S, right? There ain't nothing wrong with that. It just means there are a lot of good waifu candidates. I kind of want to put Mikuro up here, but I think she's probably better in high A, just because of her lack of screen time. And to be fair to this list, I'm not taking what is basically a fan fiction into account for any of the other characters either. You just say that because you're INFJ. Yeah, I think that's where we're at. I think that's where we're at. It's probably because these 5 are so close that even though I landed on Aoi, I'm still not 100% sure. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that feels better. That feels better. I love the Junko sprite. It might, but I'm not treating her as AI, making that executive decision. I honestly think the top one could just, it could be based on what day it is. It might change from day to day. We're gonna do DR cases, and then we'll do like close. Wait, why did you time him here out? all I saw is Trep say, "Oh, true," and then he was gone. What the fuck? Okay. So I wonder if this will end up being any different from the other one, but I feel like I need to revisit this one. I see. Well, he shouldn't have done that to a mod. Okay. 1-1. I love 1-1. The problem with 1-1 is the logic behind Leon getting rid of the evidence. I thought was ridiculous, and the fact that for us it was very obviously Leon from the beginning. That kind of, the emotional aspect was still there, but it kind of ruined the mystery part of it. Actually, it very much ruined the mystery part of it. It's just a matter of how did he do it. So that bumps it down, but I do really like this case. The setup with Sayaka was magnificent. How the actual murder played out, I thought was really nuanced in how they did it. They didn't just have her straight up betray you. It was because she couldn't betray you that she ends up dying. Yeah, remember too, this isn't just the cases, or just the trials. It's the whole case. Because if we're just talking about the trials, that's different. Because if you're talking about the trial, this is a lot lower. And the execution was really good. They started off pretty strong with the executions. Got my hopes up, and then we got to 2 with a terrible execution. The Byakuya red herring was both interesting and ridiculous at the same time. The reveal came out of nowhere for me. As much as I hate Mondo as a piece of shit, the character checks out in terms of like, yeah, I could see him do that. Yo, what's up, Sid? She betrayed you in that she still set him up, but she ultimately didn't complete the betrayal because she couldn't go through with it. There's a difference between like betrayal in the first portion of it and then going through completely with the plan, because the complete betrayal would have been she gets Makoto killed. Chihiro dying was fucking tragic too. The stuff between Mondo and Taka also was kind of funny, so I'll give it that too. I honestly can't determine whether I like or dislike the red herring in this case. I'm having a hard time reconciling my feelings on whether or not I like, because if I like the red herring, then it's A. If I don't like the red herring, then it's B. You mean in terms of like the severity of the punishment? I'm talking specifically about the Byakuya one, because we actually realized pretty early in our playthrough that that Chihiro was a guy, so that red herring wasn't as, because Aoi drops the huge hint a lot earlier. So I'll put it here for now, but we might revisit this. The execution sucked too. 1-3 is the worst case in the entire series. Celeste was a gigantic disappointment, super obvious. So obvious that I tried to convince myself it wasn't. Like, there must be something else going on here. She breaks down super easily. Taka goes crazy and then just kind of dies, so that was a waste of his character. Hifumi's demise also comes in a super predictable way. Oh, he simps for a girl that takes advantage of him, and then, okay. His dying words don't make any fucking sense. As we talked about on Discord, why he would say something that would be ambiguous versus much less ambiguous was dog shit. And again, we've established that just because you're dying doesn't mean you can't utter the word or let people know who it was that killed you, considering the amount of blood that Sayaka lost was still able to draw Leon in English on the bathroom wall. Not even her native language. And the trial itself was just muh. Like, I felt like I was just going through the motions. It just was really bad. 1-4 is potentially the best case in the game because it's so emotionally charged. Even though my initial reaction to seeing the scene was she killed herself. It was so emotionally charged, and like the actions of everyone else still made it interesting enough. And like Aoi's thing, like in retrospect, I thought it is actually kind of like, wow, that was, from a narrative perspective, it was really cool. It's an asshole for doing it, obviously, but like seeing that sort of reaction because of how angry you are, you're like, yeah, that could happen. So and like losing Sakura was really tragic, especially when you figured out like why it happened. So sad. Head trauma versus torso trauma, but losing blood makes your head also not function in a similar way. So like, sure, I acknowledge that there's probably a difference, but I don't think it's, what I believe is that, no, I'm not a scientist, so take this for a grain of fucking salt, but I think losing blood would similarly affect your mind enough where maybe the problem is that it's unbelievable that Sayaka was able to do what she did, as opposed to the reverse. But losing your blood can be just as damaging to your head, your brain. Yeah. Yep. I had no idea how 1-4 was going to, like, I had no idea what murder was actually going to happen. Like, even though when we saw the crime scene, I'm like, it's Sakura's suicide. It's not really a locked room mystery because she killed herself. I did not think that was going to happen. I didn't see that coming at all. So they built that up very well. What's this? 2-5? 2-5 was interesting. The red herring was cool. I actually really liked the investigation part. Like when the rest of the place opened up to you and you were like able to go to the coroners, the coroner room and stuff like that. The biggest problem I have with 2-5 or 1-5 is that it breaks Monokuma's whole, like, one thing I really liked going into 1-5 is that Monokuma was right in that he didn't, like, well, he had that note, which also pissed me off in 1-4. But other than that, Monokuma didn't really do anything to interfere with what was going on. Might give you motives, but in terms of interference, but Monokuma actually, or Junko, actually set up this fake crime scene to falsely get Mikoto killed. That was a huge strike against the game, and I was so disappointed when that happened. Maybe it was just inevitable and I need to accept that. But it was it was certainly interesting. And Alter Ego coming through in the clutch was super hype. I remember getting really hyped when that happened. Like, fuck you, I'm still here. That was awesome. I guess the other issue that I have with this is that it was very obviously Junko's body pretty early. Well, yeah, the rules are a facade. So that's what I mean by maybe I just need to just get over the fact that it was inevitable. That actually feels better. Because it was, like, how realistic is the idea that it was going to be fair all the way through? That doesn't make it better, though. For me, at least. Right. He remembered all these new things but couldn't say the full name. That seems weird. That's a good point, too. 1-6. I love 1-6 because I love Junko. That was a really, really fun case. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably low S. I don't know. We'll see if that ends up dropping. I think whether or not you like this chapter completely hinges on what you think of Junko. I love Junko, so I love the case because it's all about her doing her thing. If you don't like Junko, then you're going to hate this case because you absolutely despise her. And this case is just basically her. See, and that's the thing, though. The more you like Junko, the less it naturally feels drawn out, because you're feeling more entertained on a per second basis. So it doesn't, like, when you're not entertained, the more something is going to feel drawn out versus when you are entertained. So yeah, I would also expect that if you didn't like this, if you don't like Junko, that this trial felt way longer than it needed to be. Whereas I agree that objectively it probably was more drawn out than it should have been, but it didn't feel like it. There is no murder in the well, Junko gets murdered for murdering everybody else. So yeah, I moved 1-1 up to A because I can't get over how much I love this case and love just the idea of the game after playing it. I actually think I like it more than the one of the other problems with 1-2 as well is that it aged so poorly. Like, we're playing it, or like in such a short period of time, too. I'm still not sure where I want to put 1-2. All right, 2-1. 2-1 was good. I really felt I felt sick after I thought Byakuya died. It was a little obvious who it was because Teru always had the most like opportune, the most opportunity to be able to kill somebody with access to the kitchen. The red herring as the Fuyuhiko red herring wasn't super effective. It wasn't very effective at all. Pretty obviously not him. Getting to learn know Nagito was very interesting. So yeah, it's probably excuse me, probably in B. Tutu, I think I like more than most people. This gets drawn out a little bit. The execution's the most brutal in the entire game. And it really helps to change Fuyuhiko's character for the better. And you really feel, I really felt for Peiko, even though she killed Mahiru. Like, that was her devotion. And to that extent, I can respect, you know, at least her intentions. Beach scene was funny. Okay. This case is bad. It doesn't make any sense. The whole sickness was stupid. They killed Hyoko just because. Oh, I felt like a lot of this case is just stuff pulled out the ass. Just pulled out the ass. It's a really bad case. It's just unlikely that things could have happened the way it did. And it being Mikan because of how difficult or impossible it would have been, she was the only one that could have been. It does kill Ibuki too, which is problematic. 2-4, and I dislike this case more than most people. A lot of people suck Gundam's nuts on this case, and I don't, because I have a very different opinion on Gundam here than most people do. But it's not just the trial or Gundam's false ass noble motives, which they weren't. It was a very hard chapter to play because that area was really hard on the eyes. The whole tower, it eventually started hurting my eyes, and that's a huge problem. They shouldn't have made it so ugly. Like, it's supposed to throw you off, and that's fine. But like, there was one point where I wanted to stop playing because I'm like, I just don't want to look at this anymore. And if I want to stop playing, then you went too far. They brought Nekomaru back just to kill him again right away, which was like, okay. It's kind of like the Taka thing. They bring Taka's new character out and then they just, whoop, dead. I actually do not have a problem with Gundam and Nekomaru themselves just dueling it out. Like, hey, we need to get out of here. We gotta figure this out. Let's just do it. They both agreed to it. This wasn't some, like, you know, sneaky behind the back killing. It's something that was just like, round one, fight. Which, that was interesting because most of the time you don't get that. But Gundam's still kind of a piece of garbage for trying to get out of it and then claiming, oh, I was doing it for all of you. No, you weren't. You're doing it for yourself. And if you were going to reveal it all anyways at the end, that makes it all pointless. It's just fucking pointless. So I don't like that idea, not just this game. There are a lot of games where it's like, oh, I was going to do it anyways. I was going to help anyways. Genshin Impact has a big problem with that in its chapter 1, where this whole catastrophe happens, and they're like, oh, well, I would have done something if it... Then you should have just done it. This isn't a fucking game. We're talking about people's lives here. How many people could have actually died in that situation? Not this situation, the Genshin situation. When people's lives are on the line, I don't want that type of game's bullshit. Absolute bullshit to me. Sure, if you give him some other incentive where he was going to do it, but then there's something put in against him so that he doesn't, for the sake of the game, right? Which I could see that happening. I'd buy that because the game must go on. If you were to just reveal it, then our game would, it would. The people watching, I wouldn't get my sense of self-satisfaction, that sort of thing. But they didn't. He just was like, I'm gonna be an asshole until you guys figure it out. Oh, I think it drags down Gundam's character more than the trial itself. Like I said, my biggest problem with this case it's everything outside of the trial. This is an ugly chapter. This is probably the ugliest chapter I've ever played in a visual novel. It is just disgusting to look at. The trial itself, it was fine. It wasn't amazing, but it wasn't. I don't think there was anything like that made me want to tear my hair out. Right, but I don't see that as noble. You're still risking everybody else's life. If you're the noble way of doing that, you kill somebody and then you be like, all right, I did it. I want everybody else to live. I just don't want you guys to be, but I'll take responsibility for what I did. Attempting to duck responsibility for it, trash. Utter trash. But yeah, the biggest problem with this case isn't the trial. It is everything that happens before the trial. It is. I think it even goes on for a day too long. There are certain people you can't even interact with. Like you're even limited in what you can do, and it still feels like it goes on forever. This case is the fucking bomb. Nagito 5D chessed me. Chiaki was literally the last person I guessed because I just would not believe what happened. There's no way that it was her and that Nagito was targeting her or targeting the person that turned out to be her. I don't think my mind's ever been that blown in a visual novel before. Like, this gave me the most emotional response. This blew my mind more than any of the other cases did. It was crazy how that went down. Like, if you are going to give somebody this, like, really weird ability where they just get that lucky, then being able to put it together in this manner was really interesting. More well-meaning doesn't mean that it's noble, though. People make it seem like it was noble, and it's not. Just because it's more well-meaning than we all die of starvation doesn't make it a noble act. It just makes it more well-meaning than doing nothing. Like I said, I don't have a problem with him killing Nekomaru. It's what he does after the fact that's the problem. And it was, I think it may even get amplified because of how much I disliked 2-4. But man, this case just, it had me guessing the whole time. When I found out the truth, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And for somebody that really, really, really liked Nagito, it was the perfect way to cap off his character in this game. I could not have conceived a better ending for his character than what happens here. Just this action encompasses everything that we learned about his character. The investigation was crazy. The trial was crazy. I had no idea what was going to happen in the lead up in terms of who was going to die. I'm completely guessing. I'm not saying he should have quietly accepted his death. I'm just saying, people praising him for what he did is absolutely stupid in my mind. He doesn't deserve praise. He was still looking out for himself more than anybody else. He didn't do anything that was noble. And if people disagree with that, that's fine. But like, you're not really adding anything that we haven't already said about that we haven't already discussed about the case. Right, because he didn't want to die. Again, you're not doing anything to actually address my points. I'm not saying what Gundam didn't make sense. So that none of that matters. It's people's perceptions of what he did. And even though it made sense what he did in the interest of self-preservation, that does not make him a good person. Sayaka was trying to do what she could for self-preservation. If she had killed somebody and got away with it, be like, yeah, it makes sense as to why she did it. She's a bitch, though. Once, God, 2-6 was long. The reveal was okay, but like, man, this case was, you get Junko AI, who's like, that was the lamest reveal of a boss, like end boss. I'm like, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. And everything gets really dragged out. I think out of all the cases in the second game, this is the one that gets dragged out the most. Because it's not like we're even getting new information when the case drags itself out. It's just, I feel like we're going in circles often. Yeah, exactly. Sakura, that was noble. The intentions behind it were noble. I don't want to cause any trouble. I'm going to kill myself. And I'm letting everybody know so that there's no question of, oh, somebody else did it. No, I don't want you guys fighting anymore. And I feel like my presence here will continue to drive the group apart. Go on, Lux. Let him know. Again, Maxim, it's the same problem with Tim. You're not actually addressing what I'm saying. Just because it makes sense doesn't make you a good person. None of what you guys are saying are actually addressing my point. I love Junko, and I hated that they brought her back. I was like, oh, please don't be Junko. Oh, it's Junko. AI Junko. Just didn't make any fucking sense. 2-6 is just a big pile of it didn't make sense, and there was a lot of it. That would have been interesting if we actually got to face Izuru in some fashion. That would have been a lot better. Yeah, then the debate's entirely different. Then it's about what's a good person. I wouldn't say that somebody killing for themselves so that they can get out of it, regardless of if it's the best option, makes you a good person. It makes you a selfish person. Doesn't make you an incorrect person, but it does make you a selfish person. If what we should be doing, it revolves entirely around just our own self-interest and not the self-interest of anybody else. Like, just yourself. I find it to be a very self-centered, like, backing him on what he did, it's a very self-centered approach. Depends on how long it'll take. I don't mind streaming for a bit, for longer. It just depends on how long he's gonna take. Yeah, bringing back Chiaki and Usami didn't make any sense. The remnants of despair thing was stupid. It was so stupid that they had to make an equally stupid way of fixing it. Oh God. In terms of why they became what they were. I think a lot of that could have been solved by simply not having Junko in the end. Because then I think it avoids a lot of like the need to discuss those issues. In that detail, at least. It's just, I didn't buy the emotional, like, depression that I was supposed to feel coming into this case. Like, I was just sitting there like, wow, this is weird. I feel like we were supposed to be depressed like the characters were. And, like, really questioning things. But I didn't feel that at all. It was very much just, bleh. 1-1 is both really good and really bad. But I think the good far outweighs the bad. Start with, everybody knows how I feel about the bad. I ranted about it forever and ever. I had to self-impose a ban on myself from talking about it any further in the playthrough. The suddenly inconsistent narration was incredibly bad writing, in my opinion. I think that technique is just very poor writing in general, because you are relying on a surprise due to omission, which I think is very lazy. However, the change in protagonist itself, like what the action itself caused, was awesome. And it's even better later when you find out what really happened. Like, it added even more layers to this case after the fact. it was disappointing that we didn't get, like, one of the disappointing things about it too was that Rentaro died, and he was like one of the more interesting characters coming out of chapter 1. But once you find out why it happened, it made more sense. It's a case where it unpacks itself even more as time goes on, which means the actual repercussions of what happened were very well set up and mapped. So then it baffles me that the only reason they did that was to pull a debate on the protagonist. That's the only reason they did it the way they did it. And that, to me, that's not a good enough reason to write something so shitty. I dropped everything. Okay. And then it just happened to roll into that vent without any other, you just dropped it in the most perfect way so that it rolled right into the vent. Just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This case was pretty good. I thought the lead up was the best part of it. Up to the lead up to Ryoma's death, I enjoyed this chapter tremendously. The investigation was good too. I think the trial was the weakest part of this case. And that's just because, I don't know, I personally found Kirumi to be a weak killer. Like, when it happened, I was just like, I didn't feel mad at her about it. I was just like, oh, that's weird. Maybe it's partly the motivation behind it was so unbelievable that I couldn't, like, connect with it on an emotional level. Even though it was Ryoma, somebody I didn't want to see die. And the reasoning behind it just was... It seemed crazy to me. And I wish they would have set up Kirumi more as a potential murderer than what they did prior to the actual murder. But yeah, the lead up was fantastic. Himiko's ta-da or whatever with the body was absolutely hysterical. So, but yeah, like I said, I didn't like Kirumi that much as a killer, but I did still like the case a lot. But I just found that to be the weakest part of the case. The execution was also really good, really good. This case sucked balls too. This case is ass. This case was absolutely ass. The seesaw effect is completely unrealistic based on how the actual setup of that was. Then being able to like, basically people would have had to lose their hearing to not have any idea of what was going on. The extra killing itself was completely unnecessary. And he even says it. Kyo even says it himself. Like, oh yeah, I just wanted to give my sister more friends. And oh, by the way, I want to fuck my sister, who's like also inside me. That was weird. There was no indication leading up to that he had some split personality. It's just out of nowhere. Out of fucking nowhere. That's bad writing. That is bad. What I do like about this case, though, that keeps it from being that low, unlike this case, where the biggest problem was the lead up to this, I thought was awesome. Angie taking the cult, creating a rift between all the students, I thought was done really well. And then she had to die. I said that when we were playing the case. I'm like, she has to die. She has to be one of the people that dies in this chapter, because if she doesn't die here, what's gonna be her character after this. Like, her character would have been gutted. She would have been useless. So she had to die. Even though it was obvious, it still made a lot of sense. So, I am a big fan of what happened earlier in the case, and that saves it from being completely bottom of the barrel. I thought the way they, like, we're talking about the foreshadowing thing, right? The way they slowly built up Angie's character, that was good foreshadowing. That was awesome. To the point where it happened, it didn't seem unbelievable in the slightest. The way it brought Himiko in made a lot of sense. Teiko then obviously follows her. Kibo even joins in. And then Smoogie, just because reasons. But it was done really, really well. I love Angie as a character. She's an A-tier character for me. I know a lot of people hate her. For the reasons that people hate her, I love her. Because I think she's specifically written that way, and it was incredibly effective. I think she might be the most underrated character in the entire series, based on what I know of what people think of Angie, at least. Maybe the general consensus of Angie is different than what I know it to be, but I absolutely love what they did with Angie's character. See, I think the problem with that route, CJ, is that whereas I believe the cult formed because of a wanting to believe in something over people whose minds were weak at that time after what happened in the first two chapters, having them cover up a murder, I don't think they were at that point yet. I think that would have been like jumping a whole step. For that to have been plausible. It's an interesting thought. Have Angie be the killer. Or maybe they unknowingly covered it up. Because they simply didn't question any of Angie's instructions. I guess that would have been more plausible. Yeah, a big problem with the case is that Kyo's whole motivations are just, you hear him and you're like, what the fuck? Why? Oh, that was something that was happening that we were never told about or hinted at in any way, shape, or form? And he killed an extra person just because? In a way that could not have worked. Without people, at least without people not knowing that it wasn't him. Just, excellent lead up. Everything else after that was dog shit. Probably the most like Jekyll and Hyde case out of this entire list. The problem is that the lead up isn't the main crux of it. It's supposed to be more of a supplement than anything else. And this, I've said that 1-1 kind of has that issue too because the mystery was gone. Doesn't mean that trial was bad, besides the one aspect of it where Leon throws a windbreaker through metal bars, closely held metal bars, 30 feet into an incinerator. Perfect accuracy. This still elicited an emotional response that this just did not. And that was the downside to the murder victim / killer being obvious. Like, Angie had to be one of the two. But because of that, her dying even though it was like, it made sense story-wise, her dying then wasn't like a shock or anything. It was just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. This case, let's see. I liked the virtual world a lot. The mystery behind it I thought was cool. Gonta suddenly thinking that it was better to kill everyone because he learned the truth from Kokichi just did not make sense to me. That seemed very out of character. Because everything that we had been led to believe up to that point was Gonta was this gentle soul and wouldn't ever harm a fly, and would rather try to work to figure out ways to get out than simply give up and kill people. Mew's plan was really interesting, but the tech behind it and the whole, oh, something was messed up because one of the wires was plugged in incorrectly is absolutely stupid. Honestly, this wasn't even something that I had like thought about initially until Brian outlined just how stupid it was. And just how little sense it made. Where he's like, look, if that sort of thing is gonna happen, then it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't somehow then scramble your brain. See, I didn't think it was him. I didn't think it affected him mentally, personally, but that might have been implied, and I just didn't feel that way. I just didn't believe that implication myself. Yeah, exactly. The device would just be fucked. It could not work that way. So the whole setup was really stupid. Hey, Possum. It's been going well. This is just a case of really cool idea that just was not executed very well. I didn't think the trial was dragged out or anything like that. The trial is fine. It just, the reasoning behind what happened didn't make sense. 3-5, really good case. The whole Kokichi Kaito dynamic was really well written. Much like the Nagito thing, like I can't imagine a better way for Kokichi's character to go out. But what was interesting about that is that unlike Nagito, you didn't really know what Kokichi was all about until after he died, which was really interesting. That was a great like twist on it. Just so good. Like, it seemed like it was obvious, but at the same time, I was still guessing the whole time. It really, like, completes Kokichi's character to, like, one of the best in the entire series. Just so good. So good. No, I generally don't watch the directs. I like just catching your guys' updates on it, to be honest. Because you guys, I get the cliff notes then. I mean, we've had that discussion before, Lux. I honestly don't buy your argument compared to Brian's. I think Brian's argument's stronger. But I don't want to misrepresent his argument too, because he can understand it more clearly. But we've had the discussion before. But yeah, as much as, like, people know I had slight problems with Kaito compared to the rest of the world, apparently, I still think that they did his character really well. Really well here. Because there was an actual plan behind what he was doing. an actual plan behind it. It made a ton of sense. It was uplifting. Absolutely. Agreed. Well, yeah. I mean, you'd put 2.5 a lot lower, in large part for a similar reason that you would put 1.5 or 1.6 lower, is that I love Nagito. Nagito's probably my favorite Danganronpa character. You, on the other hand, do not like Nagito at all. And this whole case is centered around Nagito's character. If you don't like his character, you might be able to enjoy some of what the writers did objectively speaking, but like personally, you're probably not gonna like most of it. And then the last one, just the whole story ending with a whimper. There are parts of this trial I like, and there are parts that I dislike. And so that's why I'm putting it in C, because I'm honestly not 100% sure whether I should consider it above average or below average. So that's why I'm putting it in sort of the average range. I didn't personally care for the reveal. I thought the reveal was lame. But that doesn't mean it was actually a bad reveal. I just personally didn't connect with it very much. Oh, it was a TV show. Okay. Shrug. Truman Show. Gotcha. But not as good as the Truman Show. But again, that doesn't mean that the twist itself can't be looked at objectively and say, well, that was interesting, considering everything that, all the clues, you know, everything it could have also been. It just wasn't my thing. However, the way they dealt with it was really interesting. The best part of the trial is how each individual character deals with the reality. (2.5) and (2.6) do a lot to raise Kibo up from a very average, forgettable character to a very good character. And that's a quick change over 2 chapters after 4 chapters of nothing. That just shows how good the characterization is for everyone in 3.5 and 3.6. But the other problem I had was Tsumugi was lame. That was the whole payoff of her being a cosplayer. That was like, oh yeah, I know those characters. Does it mean anything? No. Yeah, and I liked Shuichi. It's a callback to the first case, right? Which was, I thought, a nice callback. It moves away from Shuichi this time to Kibo as kind of the protagonist temporarily because of just how downtrodden Shuichi becomes, which makes sense given Shuichi's character that happened. So I thought that switch was interesting. You know what? Yeah, it's probably better than 2.4 because of the characterization alone is probably better than just the virtual world concept alone, which is one reason I did really like something about 2.4 that I did really like. The open-ended ending, I'm also not a huge fan of, but I don't hold it against 2.6 or 3.6. I don't hold it against 3.6. That's just my own thing. I know that's not something that's inherently wrong with the story. I just don't like open-ended endings. I like something more final, especially if that's going to be the last game in the series. I don't want my last experience to be like, oh, I wonder what happened after. Tell me. But that's my personal preference. It's very anticlimactic. Yeah, they did like nothing with her, and yet she's still around. Even Hiro, as fucking useless as he was, at least he was still stupid. Like, he had a presence. It didn't add anything, but you knew it was there. Tsumugi, you could have honestly have forgotten that she was even there. Which is why I said Tsumugi, as of right now, is hero tier. She was that bad. Now she's not, she can't be hero tier because there was a purpose to her. But she's still really low tier. Making her a mastermind the mastermind just took her out of, hero tier and put her in D. There's nothing interesting. There's nothing interesting about her character. Even when she's revealed as a mastermind, there's still nothing interesting about her. It's just, ugh. Yeah. So, that's my feelings on 2.6. The characterization of all the pro tags, we'll say, was very good, but the rest of it was really anticlimactic. I also, this might be a personal thing too, but I didn't care about the whole world aspect of it. It just didn't resonate with me. Maybe it's because we're talking about all these like nameless people that apparently have some influence on what's going on. And it's hard to care in that circumstance. Even when it's to your own protagonists. But I feel like they tried to introduce the world as another character, and it just didn't have much of an impact for me. Like, I was still focused mostly on what was happening in that room. Yeah, following it up after 3.5 also probably hurts it a lot. So yeah, that's where I disagree. I don't think the story's not wrapped up at all. It's incredibly unwrapped. Perfectly. I hope he didn't use the word perfectly, because that's a terrible word to describe that. But yeah, 3D remake, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome. At least they're thinking about something. That's encouraging. But you couldn't make 3.5 a middling case. It had to happen where it did. Otherwise, I think it wouldn't have been as good. But one thing I will say about the ending, I still like how it ended in that how they got out of it and sort of destroyed that whole bullshit game or whatever. Like that was I was happy about that. We at least got to see them come out of that. After that, we don't know what happened, but that was good. That was good. Now, upon reflection. Upon reflection. Is there anything about this I would like to change? Something feels off, and I'm not sure what it is. Let me compare it to my other list. I know I put 2.6 a lot lower this time. That was one of the main reasons I looked at my old tier list, and I'm like, that ain't right. That ain't right. Oh, nope, that's... Lux's. Here it is. Okay, so I went. The S's are the same. Oh. Really? Okay, A changed tremendously. So this went from upper B to mid A, which I'm fine with that. This went from this came directly after that in B, but they both moved up to A. This case dropped. This case I had an A, and I have no idea why, to be completely honest. I must have been drunk. Maybe it's just because Mew. But if anything, then I should be pissed about it. And the way she died, like the way Buki died. Then, yep, this. I had this lower. I raised this. I feel good about that. This is where it was before. And in C we had, this was at the top of C. Then we had 2-6, which dropped. Then we had 1-5, which raised up. This came down from A down to C. This I dropped further down. This is still the second to last case. This is lower. Or no, this is where it was before. So, like, I understand that this science is sort of imprecise. It's sort of how I like doing these things based on how a court of law would balance factor tests. And what they will say is that there are some factors that are more important than others, but if enough of the other factors outweigh it, then it could tip the scales. So you shouldn't take one factor as, I got that factor, I'm good. Fair use it has a factor test very similar to that. And so actually before, okay, I'm gonna put this at the beginning of the VOD. I'm gonna explain exactly what my factors are. I should have done that from the beginning. Well, it depends, Possum, on whether or not you believe that was the same universe as the other world. Although in that world, it has basically tidied up. Unless you wanted to do something interesting with the remnants and them being like renegades, but they're not really bad guys. But that would be a different game. That wouldn't be Danganronpa. It'd be more like Ultra Despair Girls. Brian hates it more than I do. I can tell you that. If Brian was making this tier list, he'd have it down here. Because of how incredibly stupid the tech behind it. Like, the tech kind of makes it unbelievable. If for something that's already out there, makes it even more unbelievable. And I don't personally find the only character that I would say progressed in that chapter was Kokichi. And it was, don't get me wrong, it was done well. Like, I agree with you that set him up for 3-5 well, but I don't think any of the other characters had anything worth remembering happen to them. Mew kills. Like, there was a little bit of a foreshadowing for her, so it's not completely unreasonable, but her having planned that for so long seemed kind of weird, because for the most part she seemed to be very caring, unless she's a great actor, but we know she's not a great actress. That's true. But I think it should be based, a lot of the sci-fi tech that you read, it's like people research things and then try to make it as realistic as this very unrealistic thing can possibly be. I agree that she was a Sayaka situation. I wish though, if that were the case, that they gave her a little more foreshadowing. Like I said, I can't complain completely because you did get a little bit of her going crazy. Starting to go crazy. But like with Sayaka, you really saw her lose it. It didn't even have to be that extent, but just a little more would have satisfied me. In this case, I was just like, I wish they would have done it a little more. One thing I will give this case credit for, that I don't think I really gave it its due, Gonta being the culprit did hit me kind of hard. The emotional response I got out of this was pretty significant. I lost Mew and I lost Gonta in one fell swoop. That hurt. That hurt. That hurt a lot. And I'm probably, honestly, underrating that a little bit. Well, I thought Mew would die, but I was hoping she wouldn't. I did think Gonta was going to live like 100%. Oh yeah, like I said, I love the world and how they set up the murder there. That was great. I love that. Like, I was actually super fucking excited when we got into the virtual world. But did I have as much emotional reaction than I did with when Byakuya died here? I don't think so. And this case, I thought in general was more solid all around, even if the concept itself wasn't really anything novel. I don't know. I'm gonna go back and get the clip of what I said about 2-4, 3-4, and play it on the VOD, and people can make up their mind which argument's stronger. It'll be interesting to revisit this after I'm done with the game, which I probably will do. I can do just the characters of investigations, yeah. I would. My problem right now is time. Eventually, yes, but I can't really commit to a time where that would be able to happen right now. I still haven't even been able to look at your cards. Like, when I just scroll through Discord, like, I hit that shit up, boom, 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 reply when I think I need to, and then I'm off and then working on something. Yeah, I'm gonna do something else first, though. So I like to do this based on it's sort of a balancing factor test that will occur a lot in, especially in civil cases, where there will be a list of factors and a judge will then balance how each factor weighs against each other. Now, some factors will be inherently stronger than others, but that doesn't mean that they can't be outweighed by the evidence found in the other factors. So, what we're factoring in this tier list are the lead up, the story lead up itself, the investigations, the trials, and sort of an overarching part of all of that would be character development, characterization, and growth. All right, later, Tim. Take it easy. Okay. So you wanted me to do for what, Brian? Danganronpa or Ace Attorney? No, it's not based on cases. Although I could rank it by case, because we know who the killer is in each case, right? You know what? I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna wait on that one until the next tier list stream we do, because I feel like that one, if I do that too fast, it kind of defeats the purpose of why it would be informative. So yeah, we'll hold it. Keep that thought though, Brian, just in case I forget. So there are two tier lists that we're gonna do next time for sure. Trep, your attire, fashion, and then the severity of punishment. Well, that's another thing too. If we wait until next time, if Halucha's feeling generous enough, he might be able to put that together, and then it'd be a lot easier instead of like doing them separately. Okay, so this is our meme tier list. I'm gonna get rid of F just because it makes it a little easier. Maybe I should have you guys submit ideas for tier lists in Discord. That's probably a good idea, right? Because then I'll like have reference. All right, so these are memes. Channel memes updated. Okay, so KY. Somebody want to drop a KY so we know exactly?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
That's KY. KY is pretty fucking good. Me and Tone a few weeks ago were talking about KY's endearing rage. There are some people that rage and it's uncomfortable, and then there's some people that rage, you're like, get in it with them. You're like, that was entertaining. Oh, Maxim's coup. would have been an interesting meme, considering people are still talking about it. Apparently, at this point, the Myers-Briggs test is a meme in the channel. Oh, this is vague and ambiguous, because this is Amadeus is vague and ambiguous is so goddamn annoying. Every time Amadeus comes on here and says, actually now when anybody says something is vague and ambiguous, they get timed out because it is, things cannot be both vague and ambiguous. They can only be one or the other. Wait, which one? Oh, this was out of order. This one? VA? Yeah, so I feel like people know now. It's caught traction. If somebody says vague and ambiguous, there are people who are like, oh no. Oh no. Man, Maxim, I can't describe just how much Maxim just triggered me there. I could care less about anything that's vague and ambiguous. Tier list where it's which of the stream's watchers, Discord members. Wait, what do you mean by their character? Like how much I like people? 'Cause that seems inherently not great. Cause I'm like actually judging people like that. It doesn't seem like the strongest business decision ever. I'm assuming this is that a woman? Is that a woman? This one's become a lot more popular recently, and I have been dropping it a lot. I think it's pretty good. I think it still gets a pretty good reaction out of people. It's also going to be relevant for as long as we have Van Zeeks, who also insults people. Oh, I see. But wait, is the tier just based on like their personality? Well, it's all right. I see that it's Von Karma. Omnibus. Which when did I mispronounce? I did it twice, didn't I? I did it in like a prior stream. It was a Danganronpa stream, wasn't it? And I said ominous. And then I said ominous. I don't know. This isn't something that I really brought up more, so you guys let me know how humorous you found this. It is a lot funnier that I pronounced it even wrong, even as far back as V3. Leon, this is a good meme. I do think this meme gets overused sometimes, but in general, it's still really good. And when it is used correctly, chef's kiss. Barbara was in the old one, wasn't it? Is it still in this one? Yang made reference to the Barbara meme in the Genshin in the Genshin channel earlier today. He's like, he just said, "Let the show begin," in all lowercase letters, and he used the emoji. Hero? is, I don't know if it's best meme, but I think, I don't want to sound like I'm tooting my own horn because it's not what I'm trying to do at all. But I feel like this is one of the memes that like legitimately makes me stand out more from other creators that do similar things. Because I have a genuine hatred for this character that probably goes beyond reason. Look at this photograph. I love the photograph meme, and I wish we could use it more often. I'm a huge fan of that meme. Look at this photographic print. Yeah, it's saved in the British voice too. It's been 18 years. We haven't done this one in a while because there hasn't really been a reason to. But I still see it pop up in chat here and there. Obviously, it's a really popular meme with those who have played the investigation games. I don't know which one. Is it this one that's been 18 years? So I really like this one personally. Because holy shit did they wear this out in that game. Like, wow. They almost wore it out like that fucking suicide picture in 2-4. And they always said it the exact same way. That's what really got me. It was almost always, it's been 18 years. And the 12 years one was always said a specific way too. It wasn't, it's been 12 years, but it was like 12 years ago or something like that. They always did it in the same way. I thought that was just, Pearl's ball is the culprit. This is something that was ironically used way more in Danganronpa, I think, than in the Phoenix Wright stuff. That was always good for a laugh. It'd be the ultimate door or Pearl's ball were the culprits. KY. Just Von Karma. Are you talking about my characterization of Von Karma? Judge, the gavel, bang it. It feels bad to say this, but I do think my characterization of Von Karma is where my channel peaked. I don't think it'll ever get back to that point. I am so proud of that, my characterization of that, of Von Karma. It's because I'm not very proud of many things that I do. I'm very hard on myself. I'm quite the perfectionist. Not so ironically here. And so to actually be really pleased with something is kind of rare. Like, I look back sometimes in the VOD, because people like, they'll timestamp certain parts, because people still comment on it, because people are still watching those VODs. They'll comment on it with the timestamp, and I'll go back and look and see what they were saying. And like, I'll hear myself say it, I'm like, I don't think I can come up with that now, even if I like prepare jokes ahead of time. I mean, it sounds fine. I guess it depends on how, because like, we'd have to use people that are obviously very different from each other. Because we can't use overlapping personalities. Like the bedroom line, I don't think I could, if there is something like that to that magnitude that could happen with an upcoming character, I don't think I'm gonna hit it. Double finger point. This isn't. I wish there was a reason to use this more because I think it's fucking hysterical. But there just isn't a ton of reason to use it, which is unfortunate. So it goes like here, even though I personally love this. I thought it was amazing. Is this updated? Oh, the Die Young Hospital? I think this was more of a chat thing than it was a me thing. Because I didn't really do anything to emphasize the Die Young Hospital personally, so I can't really give myself that much credit. So that's going to be lowered here just based on the fact that I didn't really do anything myself there. Orange is a top tier main. Another thing that distinguishes, honestly, I feel distinguishes me from other people. What? Which one's Fatalium? Man, Neon Genesis Evangelion in general is a meme on this channel because of how much I like love that shit, and Misato is just the greatest. And I mentioned Misato in way too many things that have nothing to do with her. I would assume this actually might be more annoying than anything for most people. But I like it, so I'm gonna put it there. Out of water too. That was very well timed on your part. I guess I'm gonna have the floor orange. Ah. Thank you for the $5, CJ. Floor orange it is. Oh God. It had dust on it too. I should have wiped it off. Oh. It wasn't a sour one, but in a way it's just as bad because I can like taste the dirt. Oh. For those that don't know, for every $5 people donate to this channel, I eat one of these orange candies, which taste awful. I save up all the orange candies that I don't eat in my candy bags and fill the jar with them. Oh, yeah, some of that dust is... Shit. I'm not trying to cheat and like get rid of the taste right away. I just want to get that dust down so I don't keep coughing. Ultimate Door, very similar to Pearl's Ball. I think these two are pretty interchangeable. These are both Lugia's memes where, or at least the memes that Lugia started, where these are the two things that are always blamed for everything that happens. Susato, man, Susato is a fucking G and I love her. I don't think... I don't know how much longevity this is going to have, but for now at least, I enjoy any and all Susato talk greatly because she's fucking awesome. She's such a good character. Yeah, this is Susato is built different. I love this picture too. Is this just Lucy? Lucy interrupting streams. Okay. I know I'm biased, but I think she's adorable. And I think it's funny that she loves getting on streams. It seems like everyone else does too. I was worried. I was legitimately worried that people were gonna get annoyed by it when it happened, because it wasn't something that I like set up. Like, oh man, this will bring more views if I use my dog for attention. Like that's why I kept her away for the most part, because I didn't want people to get annoyed by her. But it makes me happy that people enjoy just as much as I do. Is this the Oh, left versus right Twain. Oh, this is one we have to bring back. This is one we have to bring back. This is really, really good. There was a period of time where people would identify which Twain I was based on my general mood. And like left Twain was the evil one. The evil, like, manipulative. And right Twain was like the fun-loving, like, get drunk, just be happy in general Twain. And I would be identified as being either left or right Twain. I missed that. That was fun. Yeah, we haven't done that lately. There will be references to it every once in a while. Like Tal likes making reference to it on Twitch streams sometimes, but we don't get it as much anymore. Mostly because the people that made it popular just aren't around as much anymore in with the new schedule. I mean, I'm honest with you, Miro. I was not making that shit up when I told you that's what that was what my result was, and it seems to be making a lot of sense to you now. Judge is a top tier meme, just like Hero is, and this is a little more personal for me because it is based on my profession. The Hero thing is just based on my general enthusiasm for narratives. This has to do with being a lawyer and just getting triggered every time this motherfucker does something dumb. Big Bertha. I still want to make a shirt off of Big Bertha / the missile. This was a truck in Call of Duty Warzone, which I don't use it very much anymore just because we haven't been playing the big mode since cheaters invaded that place, but I use this pink ass huge like anime truck, and they call it truck Big Bertha, and there's a girl, an anime character painted on the bed that we referred to her specifically as Big Bertha. And then my brother-in-law Nick, who plays with us sometimes, didn't know that's what we were doing, so he referred to it. He's like, I don't know, whatever you call that thing, the missile or something. And so that we started referring to it as a missile. But I want to make a shirt that's the color pink, and then it's that like dark blue, because the truck is pink and then everything is drawn in this like dark blue, like a dark blue drawing of the girl, and then in Japanese it says Bigu Beruta. Oh God. Okay, so this is an old meme, but these are old but really good. For those of you that have never checked this out, you should go find the playlist of Twain Gets Wrecked by Chat, my very early days of streaming, where I did not know what F4 did, and I lost an entire Terraria session because of it, because someone told me it allowed me to use magic. And I love magic. But yeah, that playlist is up. But the first time I got wrecked was when my friend shot. He can't. He is super. Like, he used to come around a lot, but he can't come around as much anymore because he's a super busy dude, super busy and successful dude. Caught me with Bofa. Bofa. What's Bofa? Is that something? Both of these nuts. Got him. It's not around anymore, but it was really good at the time. Alt F4 did stick around for a while too. Bigu Beruta? It's this truck. They call the truck Big Bertha. Oh, okay. So this is something that still happens and we still joke about, but it's really only on the Twitch side. And that's I have a problem armoring properly in Call of Duty. And boy, do people let me know about it. It's pretty funny. But I also don't think it's anything like super notable. Maybe like here, or like here. Like these are more like unique things, I feel, where this is not, it's funny, but it's not as unique to me. Is this me being muted? Me being muted to start every stream? Or just like not, oh dear. Or just like not having the stream live? Because that's become a meme now too, hasn't it? I'm like, I'm live. It's like, you're not live. This is I hate this. I fucking hate this. I'm putting it, this is the worst meme. This is the worst meme because it's personally irritating to me that I do this. It's funny, and I'm glad that people like take it and they run with it and make it a joke because, you know, I'd prefer people do that than be like, God, he's always late. I'm gonna leave. And it's like, no, I'm not. I just didn't realize I didn't press the button. We've been live for offline is a new one. Yep, that's a new one. The old one? Which one are you talking about, CJ? I honestly don't know what you're talking about. I'm probably gonna feel really stupid when you tell me. Chair stream. That's where the Maxim hashtag Maxim coup happened. Did I turn my mic off on purpose? Huh. Like Gazer told you this one? Yeah, I honestly don't remember this one. This one. Vague and ambiguous. I have no idea what you're talking about. Wow. Like Gazer has a way better memory than I do. Ibuki was third. Sorry, Scarlet. Aoi was one. This is Misato from Neon Genesis Evangelion, #1 waifu in all of anime fandom. Objectively, obviously. The #1 objectively best anime ever created. It's really more about Evangelion in general. I put it down here because I feel like people are probably more annoyed by it than anything. Aoi Nation. This should be a switch, but it'll serve its purpose. RYS was something we actually we had like a little mini team of it for Smash where we represented ourselves as RYS. RYS was something that came out of a Smash stream where we decided that instead of telling people to go kill themselves, we would tell them to return their Switch. It's a very PG way of doing that. Like, you're so bad, go return your Switch. You shouldn't have it anymore. There's no reason for you to own this. You're pathetic. Stop playing video games. So it started being used as a general, like, F replacement too. And this got a lot of mileage. It died though when I stopped playing Smash, because it was like the people that used it the most were primarily Smash viewers. Well, this says RYS, and if it's RYS, it means return your Switch. Reset could also be considered a meme because it's very prominent in speedruns. Thing is, I just don't speedrun on YouTube as much anymore, so that's why it wouldn't necessarily be in people's minds at the moment. But yeah, reset because I fucked something up in a speedrun is definitely a thing too. Tal's online. I'll ask him. Seesaw. This whole fucking hate it. This is actually the worst. Oh my god. So not only was that the whole act bullshit, but the Hangman's Gambit was fucking stupid. Seesaw effects? Are you kidding me? I can't wait till I go back and edit that VOD and see my reaction, because it had to have been one of shock. Utter shock. Utter shock. Just absolutely ridiculous. Bone on the Meat's a good one. I don't know where it is, but it would probably be somewhere like high B, low A. Especially because it can be used like anytime I misspeak, because I do the dyslexia thing sometimes, so it happens. Like, ah, yeah, bone on the meat. Like, yep. Yep. Okay, best meme. It has to be the dog, right? She's so cute. Look at that face. Look at that confused face. That one's really... It can be really unpredictable. That's also something I love about it. Just my Misato, overly annoying Misato in Evangelion love. Just, I'm incessant about it. Oh, Class Rep is from... Class Rep could be a meme too. Just because Class Rep is funny sometimes. We've been live for offline. Well, I mean, this one, it's not that it's a bad meme. It's a funny meme. I just hate that it happened in the first place. Her favorite color would not be orange. She's a troll, but she's not vicious like that. Although, I mean, I don't really know where to put this one because I honestly don't know what this is. Tal hasn't responded yet. I'm not sure. No, I don't stream reactions to that just because it seems like everybody has so much trouble when it happens with like blocked videos and stuff. When she sang with me, she sang with me twice. Yesterday, and fuck, I forgot what the other one I think was an Ace Attorney stream. What are you apologizing for? Oh, pissed F. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, Tal's typing. Maybe we'll know what no mic is. When I ramble and don't notice my mic is off. Yeah, that would be down here for the same reason. It's annoying because I have to like repeat everything I said. And sometimes I come in with some hot intros and you guys don't even hear it. Because the fucking mic's muted. This playlist, if you are interested, is Stream Beats Lo-Fi by Harris Heller. Stream Beats is his royalty-free record label that he made specifically so that content creators could use it without getting a copyright claim. It's really cool. Oh, is it a different one? On Spotify, by the way, if I didn't mention that. Oh! The most embarrassing thing I've ever did on the channel. For those that thought that Lana Schwarzenegger was the worst thing I've ever done on this channel, nay. Nay, I tell you. In that case, we are flipping these because holy shit was this the worst. The first year we made content for this channel, I had a Blue Yeti, and we didn't actually use it because I didn't realize we weren't using it. We were using the laptop mic, and boy, you can tell the difference when we finally started using it. Oh yeah, it's an Omega yikes. Y'all want to hear our old quality, go back and check out some of our oldest videos. It was terrible. Now, I leave the vids up because I'm not going to delete any of them, but also good that we didn't have a ton of viewers back then because... Yeah, I don't ever delete any of our videos. If I posted it before, it's staying up there. I'll edit things out of streams sometimes, but if I, like, put together a video and then uploaded it, I've already, like, edited it all. Yeah, Lana from Phoenix Wright and Rise from the Ashes. Why, what? Why did I give her this voice? Because I didn't know what else to give her at that time. And somebody suggested Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh yeah, the Emma voice is so fun. Somebody was like, I can't imagine Emma with a Valley Girl voice. And I'm like, motherfucker, I can't imagine Emma without a Valley Girl voice now. She's so fun. That's why I was able to do that whole A Link to the Past randomizer as Emma, just because I was like, I just enjoy being Emma. She's really, in my headcanon, the way she is really funny. But yeah, so this is the worst meme because this is just embarrassing from a creator standpoint. All right, I'm actually gonna try to edit and post the Danganronpa case tier list stream right away. But yeah, I'm gonna get going. It's late. A healthy 5-hour stream. All right, I'll be on Twitch later tonight. Tal, are you gonna be up for some shooting? Should the call come? Actually, you might not be here anymore. But yeah, I'll be playing COD because I don't really have a ton to do in Genshin right now. Thank you to Halucha for helping me, providing me these lists. Thank you to CJ for the $5. I have not cosplayed as Emma. Her GIF was in the webcam. But I did not cosplay as her. Alright, everyone. You take it easy. And I'll see you on Friday for more Great Ace Attorney. Glenn.